Co-Chair, before we jump into the agenda, do you have any opening remarks you'd like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just appreciate everybody being here. Councilman Ute, thank you for coming. Superintendent Shakespeare. And also, we just really appreciate you being here. Of course, the governor's office. We've got a full schedule today, Madam Chairman, and so we'll be moving right along, but we certainly don't want to give any impression that we're skimming over the surface or we're bypassing anything. So we'll take as much time as we need. Really appreciate Mrs. Meyer Rita being here this morning, and she's got a busy schedule, but we appreciate her being here in her efforts to communicate with the tribes on some very important things. So, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Before we begin, I just wanted to clarify, generally we meet closer to the reservation in Fremont County. But as we've been working through a variety of issues over the last several years, it kind of dawned on us that it would be good for us to spend some time at the University of Wyoming. Several years ago, under the leadership of then President Nichols, the university opened an American Indian Center, or more formally known as the Native American Education Research and Cultural Center. So we've had a lot of interest in wanting to get a catch up on how those efforts are going to recruit and retain Native students, learn more about some of the university's restructuring efforts, particularly as it relates to American Indian studies and some of those related fields. So, and then also acknowledging that the university's research arm has done a tremendous amount of work for us in developing the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women report. So for a variety of reasons, we thought it would be good to have at least one hearing here in Laramie on this campus. With that, I'd welcome Councilman Ute to provide us with any update from the Eastern Shoshone Business Council that you may or may not want to, and that is entirely up to you, Councilman, but welcome. And again, thank you for making the drive. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Co-Chairman, other members of the committee. I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to represent the Shoshone Business Council today. I wanted to start off by saying I represent that collective only. So what I don't do is I don't speak for the entire Shoshone tribe or their opinions. They have their own opinions, which is fine. So I can only represent the collective that is the Shoshone Business Council. It might come as a surprise a little bit that the Shoshone Business Council is here. Typically, the Shoshone Business Council views the Tribal Select Committee as more of a less of a collaborative effort between the tribes and the state, and more of you tell us what we want to hear. I'm sure you know that from Chairman St. Clair's remarks. Hopefully, moving forward, we can kind of clear that up a little bit and work a little bit more collaboratively together. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. We don't know what the future holds. I personally view there's a little bit of a shift between conservative Republicans and the older conservatives, and now you kind of have this far right wing conservative Republicans that seem to be taking over some of the House seats, hopefully. And what I just said is the Tribal Select Committee, if it is already viewed as a less of a collaborative union, who knows what the future holds if we keep going the way we go. So that being said, we just want to make our voices heard and be at the table. And again, thank you for allowing us to be here. Made the trip this morning at 4 a.m. So hopefully I don't get tired, but thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Councilman Ute or comments? Thank you for being here. Oh. Thank you for being here. And again, thanks for making that drive. Northern Arapaho Business Council or other representatives invited. We have Travis McNiven, who just came in under the wire. Welcome, Travis.
Good morning, Chairman Ellis, Chairman Larson, members of the committee. On behalf of the Northern Arapaho Business Council, certainly appreciate all of the collaborative effort, the work this past year, the bill drafts, the events that all attended. That's been very much appreciated. And the Business Council certainly appreciates the excellent relationship have with the committee and also the governor's office. The Business Council does send their thankfulness and apologies. Right now, there is the elections just going on today and tomorrow and Wednesday, and so I will be sharing some thoughts today from the council, but they certainly send their respect and best and appreciation for the efforts today. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Any questions for Mr. McNiven? Thank you for your testimony and thanks for making the drive. Next on our agenda, we'd like to get an update and from the governor's office and any liaisons who are in the audience.
Good morning, Madam Co-Chair, Chairman Larson, members of the committee. My name is Kit Wentland, Special Counsel. Lee Tendor, our Eastern Shoshone Liaison, is here as well for the governor's office. We're thankful to be here. Thank you for the invite. And today we just wanted to hit on a couple cooperative efforts we have going on with the tribe right now, both tribes that we're proud of and that we think are significant efforts. The first one that I'd like to hit on is we spoke recently at our last committee meeting about our wild horse agreement that would fund gathers on the reservation. I'm proud to report that both tribes and Tribal Fish and Game have signed and executed that agreement. Once we get the necessary financial information for transferring money to the correct bank accounts from Tribal Fish and Game, we will be able to pass them the first tranche of funds. And then we will be working with the tribe just to coordinate when a gather would happen. We have the ability to send somebody there to observe, and we'll just be talking with Director Larson about that process. I guess the bottom line is we're proud that that effort has moved forward. We think it can be a significant effort that has success, and we're hopeful for the outcomes. Before moving to the next topic, I can stand for questions on that one.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thanks, Kent. I don't know if you or one of maybe even whomever, was there an intent that they would start on that this fall through the winter, or what? Do we have it in kind of an itinerary of when they would start gathering?
Mr. Wentland.
Mr. Chairman, the sooner the better. I think an ideal scenario would be this fall before it snows. With the way the temperatures are and the ground is dry, those conditions are more conducive to horse gathers and for the health of the horses. However, just the various logistics of working through the contract, getting it signed, have delayed it until now. That being said, we're willing to work with Director Lawson to get it moving as soon as possible.
Any other questions? Seeing none, please continue.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. The next item that we'd like to touch on briefly is the state's 4E program. The 4E program comes from the Social Security Act, and it deals with tribal DFS programs and the state DFS program can each get partial reimbursements for DFS activities for juvenile proceedings, child custody proceedings, various child welfare proceedings as an umbrella.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Medicaid qualifiable reimbursements, right?
Correct. And the way that we've been working with both tribal DFS programs now is, I believe 2 years ago in 2021, we were able to sign 2 incentive contracts with one with each tribe, where they would be provided money in exchange for reaching certain eligibility milestones that could help each tribal DFS program achieve 4E eligibility. Just reporting on that progress, the governor is very proud of his relationship with both tribes on this effort, views it as something that's significant. I wanted to touch real quick on our cooperation with the Northern Arapaho DFS program, and then Mr. Tendor will quick present on our cooperation with the Eastern Shoshone DFS program as well. First, under the Northern Arapaho contract, the state DFS has been able to disperse about $300,000 in funds to Northern Arapaho DFS. The goal of those funds, of course, is to help develop the practices and procedures necessary to achieve 4E reimbursement funding. We continue to work through those eligibility steps with Northern Arapaho Happy to reach out with them and communicate with them, and we do frequently. And just as we keep moving forward, I believe that contract has been extended to provide some more time to continue working through those steps. And then with that, I turn it over to Lee to speak about the Eastern Shoshone DFS program.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, rest of the council. For the record, my name is Lee Tindor, Eastern Shoshone enrolled member. I am the tribal liaison for Governor Gordon's office, state of Wyoming. So for the 4E program, the Eastern Shoshone Department of Family Services has distributed the full contract amount of $500,000 to the Eastern Shoshone DFS under the terms of the contract. All incentive contract funding milestones have been met. Current incentives contract will expire this December. DFS is currently under the stages of negotiating a potential 4E program contract where the state would function as a pass-through. Thank you for your time. I will open up the floor for any questions at this time. If not, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tindor. Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you. Lee, do you know the Shoshone DFS has been out in front and it's done an incredible job of getting that in place. And I know that all of the incentive milestones have been met. My question is I believe that they've started working, and I'm just curious, are we to the point that we've had reimbursement take place through the state back to the tribe yet, or are we waiting for that yet to take place? Do you know?
Mr. Tindor?
Thank you for that question, Representative, and I believe that we are still waiting.
Okay, not quite there.
Not quite yet.
Could we reach out? I'm just curious, would you mind reaching out and just kind of give us the timetable? I don't think it's I know it's not anything out of characteristic. I'm just curious of when we think that that'll start, because I know that they're providing services. They've been providing services, and and that may be, I can't remember how that's structured, Lee, whether that they do that on like a quarterly basis, and that may be one of the deals. So if you wouldn't mind just letting the committee kind of know how that works.
Definitely
Appreciate
thank you
it.
for that question. Yes, I will do so.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And on that, Chairman Larson, on that piece too, I believe, just to provide a little more detail, of course, Lee will follow up. I believe that Eastern Shoshone DFS is currently working on a draft 4E program contract with the state. And that contract, if I'm not mistaken, once that's finalized, will provide the timeline for being able to get those funds.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. Never mind, Lee. Thank you.
Please
And
continue.
Chairman Ellis, Chairman Larson, those are the only updates that we have this morning, but of course we'd stand for questions on any matters you may have.
Any questions from committee members? Mr. Wetland, I do have a question. For the group people in the audience are listening that aren't aware, the legislature funds 2 positions in the governor's office for these liaisons. Mr. Tindor is one. I know there's a vacancy for Northern Arapaho, but that's a big thing that we need to do. We do need to provide some oversight on. Can you give us a time frame or an update on how efforts are going to find a new Northern Arapaho liaison?
Yes, Chairman Ellis, where we are at in that process is we've been communicating with the Northern Arapaho Business Council, and I would, of course, defer to Travis if he's got other details that he would like to provide. But from the governor's side, we've spoken with the council. We're in the process of receiving the names of at least 3 candidates with resumes soon. And after that happens, we will meet with the business council through the end of this year, preparing for the next session so that we can select a list of names to solicit application materials from. From that pool, select a list of candidates to interview, going through internal interview questions that the governor's office will develop. And then after that interview process in consultation with the tribe, we will pick a liaison and then go through the Senate confirmation process where we provide our names of the name of that appointee along with our normal list of appointee names that come in February.
Okay, thank you for that update. And just as a side note, when I first got into the legislature, there was always a recurring effort to consolidate that position into one liaison. And it was, at least on the Senate side, Senator Case has been a very strong advocate for ensuring that both tribes each have their own liaison. So just for the body's edification on that. Any other updates from the governor's office, Mr. Co-Chairman? I felt sufficient with the response. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Wentland. Is there any public comment on this first portion of our agenda? Looking for online. Is anyone raising their hand if you're online and would like to speak on this? Seeing none. Okay. We're ahead of schedule, which is always a good thing. The next item on our agenda is intergovernmental relationships is a broad category. But the first topic we'd like to dive into involves missing and murdered Indigenous persons. So for this, we will hear an update from the Attorney General's Office, Division of Victim Services, our University of Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center, and then we also have a bill draft. And from there, we can get some testimony from Wyoming Highway Patrol and our Office of Homeland Security. So with that, I'll turn the mic over to Ms. Chambers and the team that you brought with you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kara Chambers. I'm the Director of the Division of Victim Services with the Wyoming Attorney General's Office. I also am honored to chair Governor Gordon's Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force, and I will let my colleagues introduce themselves.
I'm Dr. Emily Grant. I'm a research scientist at the Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center at the University of Wyoming and provide data support to the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. Go ahead and touch the button.
Good morning, I'm Crystal McGuire with the Wyoming Highway Patrol, Amber Alert Coordinator for the state of Wyoming.
Good morning, I'm Major Carl Germain, Wyoming Highway Patrol. I work with our dispatch center out of our support services section.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Co-Chairman Larson, if I may. I am going to be very brief on this portion. I just wanted to update the committee that we recently scheduled the fourth quarter MMIP task force meeting for Wednesday, November 16th. That will be virtual. Hopefully you received invitations the other day. And then broadly, just wanted to update you on some of the exciting events that we've had since we last met. On September 10th, we had the world premiere of the Who She Is documentary that was at Central Wyoming Community College. That was very well attended, very moving. All of the families of the featured individuals were in attendance, and it was quite a special event. And since then, we have also had a screening in Sheridan on September 21st. That was in conjunction with the Wyoming Division of Victims, excuse me, that's me, the Wyoming Coalition Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Assaults Prevention and Response Conference. And that was also really a moving event and had a Q&A afterwards with members of the audience and family members from the film and my office and the directors as well. And then in Cheyenne, we had our premiere with the governor's office, and he was in attendance October 5th, and that was at Laramie County Community College. And Chairman Larson was in attendance as well as also member Representative Blackburn were able. And it was also Chairman Ellis's son's birthday. So we'll give a shout out to, to Archie. But anyway, there are continued to be screening events across the state. I was rapidly trying to pull them up, but I haven't been able to, but they are on our division website and on our division's Facebook page for future screenings. We're trying to take it around to community colleges and elsewhere, but it's been very well received, and hopefully you'll get a chance to see it in person. Beyond that, we just continue with the research.
Kara,
Yes,
Ms. Chambers, can I ask, will you refresh my memory? I don't believe any state dollars were appropriated to help support that documentary, but can you talk a little bit about the funding? Because I believe there was some federal funds or offices that were, or funds funneled through your office that were able to support that documentary.
Madam Chair. Yes, the Division of Victim Services has both federal administrative and pass-through money, mostly surcharge, which are criminal fines and fees. But the Division of Victim Services was able to fully support the funding of that documentary and some additional follow-up pieces that we have coming, because quite frankly, they had so much material that they do think that there will be a compendium piece of in-person interviews. For those of you who have seen the documentary, it's largely animated. And that was for a couple of purposes, but not affected by the pandemic and the inability to do in-person interviews, but it's actually quite a beautiful piece. But yes, that was funded through the Division of Victim Services exclusively. Now, Wyoming Humanities also assisted, and the Wyoming Women's Council assisted in some part to distribute. You're welcome. With that, I would really like to turn it over to my colleague who's done quite a bit of the heavy lifting, Dr. Emily Grant, who of course was the lead researcher on our statewide report that was published in January of 2021, and the upcoming, I guess, second part or ongoing research that we have. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Grant.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Co-Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. As Kara referenced, we did the big missing and murdered Indigenous persons report that was released in January of 2021. In that report, we looked at 20 years of homicide data and 10 years of missing persons data. In the fall of last year, we provided a brief update in the annual numbers to this committee. And today we're giving a more substantial update on numbers from 2021 and 2022 up to the end. Certainly. Is that better? So we've collected full year of data for 2021 and 2022 up until the end of September. So going forward, as we track this, we're going to switch from a fiscal year where we end the data in June of the year and do a calendar year. So it's easier to look at the trends in the numbers. So when I talk about 2022, just know that that is partial data. So in 2021, 23 homicides occurred in Wyoming. 1 was American Indian Alaska Native and was male. 2022, so far there were 17 homicides in the state and 2 were American Indian Alaska Native. Both were male. On page 6 of the update, we provide a homicide trend. We have the trend starting at the year 2000. We have the trend for all homicides, and on the next page we have for American Indian Alaska Native. We want to be able to compare the trend for American Indian Alaska Native to see how that changes relative to all homicides in the state. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of fluctuation. In 2021 and 2022, there were no homicides of American Indian Alaska Native females in the state.
Dr. Grant, one second. My co-chair has a question.
And maybe you'll answer these, but as I'm tracking that chart, that graph on 6, and then looking over on page 7 on the homicide rates, do we know? We see the spikes up and then we see a spike down. And I'm just curious as you go through that, if you have any speculation or data that would reflect why the change up or why the change down. And then do we have any idea if these homicides took place on or off tribal lands or any of that information?
Dr. Grant.
Excellent. Thank you for those questions. Your first question was if we have the contextual information. From this data, we're relying on information from the Department of Health vital statistics records. So that doesn't contain any contextual information, but that's why we do qualitative data collection, going and talking with family members, people in the community, law enforcement, to gain some of that. We had contextual information to some degree in the larger report. I don't have that in this update, but that is really important information to keep track of. For your second question, could you remind me what that was?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And so where did they happen? Geographic?
Sure.
Dr. Grant.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The location is also not in this report. We did have that in the larger report. The majority of homicides for American Indian Alaska Natives did occur in Fremont County area, though it was not 100%. We don't have location for this update.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Within Fremont County, on or off the reservation?
Dr. Grant.
Co-chair, I don't have the percentage.
Please continue.
Thank you. The next section of the update looks at missing persons. In 2021, American Indian and Alaska Natives represented 17% of the cases. As we know, the population is about 3%. So when we see something that's higher than that, that is a disproportionate number. In 2022, so far, it's 16%, so pretty steady there. Some people go missing more than one time, so we always like to point out how many of these are individuals. There were 57 individuals that are American Indian Alaska Native in 2021 and 68 in 2022 so far. The majority in both years is female and minors under the age of 18, though about a third in 2022 and 42% in 2021 were males, and all age groups have been represented.
Mr. Co-Chair?
So, Dr. Grant, I'm just curious, I mean, you do this a lot. Were you surprised at the ratio of male to female on the missing part? Were you anticipating that largely being female or largely being male? Or is this about where you thought it would land?
Dr. Grant?
Chairman, I didn't have any ideas going into it about which would be more, but when we did do the larger report that looked at the 10 years of NCIC data from 2010 to 2020, we found a similar trend. And so I guess this is on trend for what we had seen before.
And then Dr. Grant, I know this maybe is outside what you've looked at, but have you looked at how this compares to other states? Are we an outlier, or is this something that's fairly consistent?
Madam Chair, we haven't done a full comparison to other states. We have briefly looked at some of the research that other states have done. Honestly, there aren't a lot of states that have done this type of research. There's a handful. Nebraska did a report last year. The state of Washington has a report. And looking in those, I'd say it's similar, but we don't have a full scope nationwide.
And then Dr. Grant, one piece of testimony we heard in prior years from Chief Blackburn was that sometimes these aren't missing kids, they are runaways. What kind of information can you tell us about these numbers when it comes to, whether or not these children were abducted or if they were running away, or we're just trying to get our arms around that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This information that I have comes from the National Crime Information Center. Law enforcement enters the records when someone is missing. And I don't have the contextual information to say the circumstances under how they are missing.
Director Chambers, maybe a better question is how they define missing person and enter that data.
Madam Chair, what you referenced was back in 2019. It was actually then Chief Larvey had spoken about frequent runaways. And so if you'll recall on the statewide report, I know the 710 number grabbed a lot of attention, but that was after they, what would you call it? Not deaggregated, after they removed the repeat. So those are 710 distinct individuals, but I believe the actual number was closer to 2,000 and 1,200, excuse me. So what they will do is they will be listed as missing regardless of whether they're runaway or not in law enforcement terms. But what we see happen in the data is, if you recall from the statewide report, we'd have length of time someone was missing. And so by the time that they are presented to NamUs, which is the National Clearinghouse for Missing and Unidentified Persons, we wait 30 to 60 days. And so those are what we see a lot in the data. And Dr. Grant can obviously expound upon this better than I, is the runaways tend to be short term, under a day at sometimes. And so while law enforcement doesn't classify them distinctly, I mean, missing is missing. You'll see the longer trend missing people who are more days, if that makes sense. I don't think that was a complete sentence, but I
No.
hope you got the gist.
Thank you. That's the information I needed some refreshing on. And I think if I recall our discussion on that correctly, I don't think there's any less concern of ours about those children that are running away. I think the question's just different, what's happening at home that's prompting them to run away. But so same concern, different reasons and rationale, but
Yes,
any other questions before we allow them to proceed? Mr. Co-Chair.
Dr. Grant, you indicated that there wasn't a lot of other states that were doing this, but I think by virtue of the good work that you guys have been doing and the collaboration that's gone on here, I'm just curious if other states have been requesting or trying to access the information you have compiled and trying to emulate similar method of formulating that information in their state so that it can be compared similarly. Did I say that right?
I think she's shaking her head, so I think we're going to get an answer. Dr. Grant.
Thank you. Yes, I have been in communication with other states to provide guidance on the methods that we used in Wyoming, and specifically around roadblocks that we encountered, difficulties accessing data. That's a known issue in the missing and murdered Indigenous persons world, is that there isn't a lot of data. There's issues with data classification. How do you go about getting this? And the Wyoming report is recognized as a report that has done this very well. So I do have other states that have reached out to me to ask about how we have done this, recommendations for them, and have also asked the University of Wyoming to assist them in preparing their own report.
Thank you.
If I
Ms.
may,
Chambers.
thank you, Madam Chair. If I may brag on Dr. Grant, I routinely field questions about how well done this report was and send them all to Dr. Grant. So she is a sought after resource in our state, actually nationwide.
Thank you. Dr. Grant, please continue then.
Thank you. So I'm on page 10 of our update, and the figure 11, which shows two trend lines. The top one is for white missing people. The darker line is for American Indian, Alaska Native. Rather than just giving a annual update that tells you 17 people, 200 people, we want to be able to look at over time, how is this changing in our state, especially as we begin to put efforts into place to reduce these matters. So the trend is really important. As you can see here, the numbers have decreased for both white and American Indian, Alaska Native in the last 2 years. When we look at trends, though, we want to have at least 4 data points to be able to say if something has truly decreased or not. We're hopeful that this is representing a decrease, but it is too early to tell, so we will continue to monitor that. As Ms. Chambers was saying about the clearance rates and the length of time that people are missing. So missing persons report comes into law enforcement. They enter it into the National Crime Information Center, NCIC database. When that person is no longer missing, that record is then cleared from the system. So that's an important piece of information to look at. That's the next section there. Overall, about 25% of records are cleared or closed within the same day that the person is reported missing. For American Indian, Alaska Native people, that number is lower. It's about 14%. That is a similar trend to what we saw when we looked at the 10 years of data. American Indian, Alaska Native people are generally missing for a longer portion of time. But when someone is missing, they're often subject to vulnerabilities of other things that could happen, and so any length of time is not good. The next page has more detailed information about case clearance rates. They want to move to page 12 on the active missing persons. So when we pulled this data at the end of September, there were 32 people currently reported as missing in the Wyoming NCIC data. 17%, which is 5 individuals, were American Indian, Alaska Native, 2 females and 3 males, all of which are juvenile. I want to caution, though, that the number of people currently missing in NCIC can change by the hour. I'm sure that if we looked at it today, it would be different than what it was at the time that we wrote this report, because as soon as someone is found, they're removed. If someone else is missing, that number goes in.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Which brings up, and Mrs. Chambers, this might be helpful for you to chime in here. And so as conversations we had when we had a high number, what I thought was an extremely high number of young people missing from the Wind River Reservation from July, August on. If I could kind of get an update on that, but what was interesting to me as I visited with Kara on this later is it appeared that was dropping down, but we've seen in other counties a similar same population, young people, and a high number. So can you help us? Can we get our head around that at all, or do we know what drives that? And was maybe an update on where we're at on these kids from the Wind River Reservation of how many are still missing? I try to just would be interested in your thoughts and updates.
Dr. Grant or Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson. If we knew the why, we would really be in great shape, but no, what I can tell you is I've pulled up DCI's missing persons, which again is not in real time, but is updated daily. I do still see some of in fact, when I start from the top, the first, with the exception of one gentleman, are all juveniles under the age of 18. Again, I can't speculate as to why, but what I can tell you is something that is completely flown out of my head. So I guess I can't. It is troubling when we see large numbers of juveniles, but what I think I'd like to attribute some of the increased numbers is not necessarily, and Dr. Grant can correct me if I'm wrong, not necessarily like there's a new thing where all of a sudden a lot of juveniles are running away. I think quite frankly, the work of this committee and the work of other committees, we've really put a huge emphasis on missing people in our state, with DCI having this forward facing page where there's also a link where you can connect to local law enforcement to make these reports. Because again, all these reports start at local law enforcement levels. And the fact that we asked the WISAC, the Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center, to look at best practices with law enforcement in reporting missing people, I think people are just paying attention. I think you have the public who is aware that they have a resource and they can report these people. And I think you have law enforcement, quite frankly, doing a great job of making sure that they are transmitting the information to DCI, and so that there is more of a public purview. And then I think every time the press is able to report on this, it just really increases public awareness. And so this is what we see happen. It's not necessarily there are more juveniles going missing, but we see it more. We're looking and we're paying attention. And I think that's a good thing. But as far as the data, again, of course, I would defer to Dr. Grant.
Thank you.
Dr. Grant?
Excuse me, I forgot what I was going to say as well. So the information that I have in the update is the traditional data in terms of numbers that are being put into a database. And I think the thing that keeps coming up is what is the context, right? And that's why I always push for going beyond the numbers. The numbers can tell a story, but the real context, it involves going and speaking with people in the community, the people that are, responding to these issues, the families themselves, and get more of this information. And that is the part that is missing from this update.
All righty. Questions, or please continue if you have more. Mr. Co-Chairman?
So to that point, is that part of the research plan, is to then go and be interviewing people? And if so, now that we're seeing these numbers being reported statewide, would that be important to look at that not only on the reservation, but statewide?
Dr. Grant?
Yes, co-chair, our relationship with the task force and the Division of Victim Services is to provide robust data support on this issue, which includes tracking these hard data numbers and filling in those gaps with additional information. And you may recall from the larger report that was released in 2021, we were sure to point out that the missing people in particular were from all of the counties in the state, with the exception of one, which is a very small county that didn't have any missing people reported. But yes, it is not an issue that is confined to just the reservation. This is an issue that affects everyone in Wyoming, all of the counties.
Follow up?
Well, and I appreciate that, and I wasn't trying to, I just think that we've acknowledged and recognized that this is really a concerning problem on the reservation, but to be able to take the information we gather from the reservation and compare it to the rest of the counties throughout the state, in my mind, I think would allow us to have a better view of what's taking place. Is that accurate, or?
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson. So one of the reasons why the Division of Victim Services contracts is, of course, we need the data, but then what we do is we try to synthesize that both into a statewide plan and policy development. So yes, what we do is we take that and figure out how we best need to address victim services in our state. And one of those things is making sure that we have, again, and I'm speaking in the broader umbrella of the Attorney General's office for both victim services, but also the Division of Criminal Investigation, which is the one who tracks the missing people, and making sure that they have that working relationship with local law enforcement so that we do disseminate the information. So what we try to do is make sure that law enforcement is fully aware of best practices when working with missing people. And then one of the pieces that we really uncovered from Division of Victim Services is the fact that families of missing persons, if they're not considered endangered, and of course we have experts to talk about both the Amber Alert and the potential Ashanti Alert, but is that Victim Services wraps around these families, because while someone is considered missing, they're not necessarily considered a victim of a crime. We know that to be the case, but when we get this data and we see this rampant, especially when we have juveniles, we realize that Victim Services needs to do that outreach to these families and create a more holistic wraparound to support these families so that we can try to get better information. If these are runaways, if these are vulnerable children, what is the population? Where are they coming from? Where are they going? Why are they running? And so, having research like this and having these collaborative efforts with the task forces is what we will then try to present policy for bodies like yourself to enact laws if needed.
Okay. Any other comments you'd like to make about your additional work, Dr. Grant, or have we gotten through your report?
Madam Chair, I do have one more section
Okay.
of the report, which I think is a good segue to what we were just talking about. We did a survey with law enforcement agencies across the state to ask about the protocol that they are using. One of the recommendations in our previous report was to strengthen protocols and practices regarding missing persons cases. In Wyoming, we know that there's not usually a one size fits all that works for everyone, but we looked at literature and what other states are doing and what they consider best practices, and sent a survey out to 90 law enforcement entities around the state and asked them, of these, which do you do? How often do you do them? So we can get a better understanding of what people are currently doing, and then also ideas for areas of improvement or education or cross training that could happen. Unfortunately, 22 of the 90 law enforcement agencies responded to the survey. So caution in interpreting these, because 74% did not respond, and so it cannot be considered this is what Wyoming does, because it's only a small section. In the following tables, we show the best practices for processes and procedures, how many said that they do them on a regular basis or not. We were encouraged by the majority of those who did respond, said that a lot of these practices were already in place, always or some of the time. We looked at overall standards in practices. So like using checklists, things to guide law enforcement officers in making the report, and investigating the report and so forth. So things that are done more often are like contacting the last people that the person talked to, finding out their whereabouts, things like that. Things that are done less often are like entering DNA into a national DNA database. It is rare that a law enforcement agency has a case that goes to that length of time. So I think that that's why it's more in the rarely for those. In terms of investigations on page 16, we have almost all of these for missing in persons investigations. These best practices are done always or sometimes. Very few agencies responded that they did them rarely or never. So that's a brief update on that survey. And so the last section here is the future support.
Dr. Grant, just so we understand this a little bit better, how much time did you give the law enforcement agencies to respond to your questions? I'd love to figure out a way to improve participation for future data collection. And I'm already trying to think of how we can maybe helpfully nudge in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The methods that we used were described on page 13. This was a 29 question online survey that maybe took about 10 minutes to complete. So it wasn't terribly long, multiple choice. It was an online survey that was emailed May 17th. They had 2 full weeks to respond, and we sent 3 reminders to the agencies to encourage response.
Thank you. And then I think you wanted to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have the last section there that we have on future support, and that is, I think I began with that section. We are in contract with the Division of Victim Services to provide that ongoing data support to the task force and just on the missing and murdered Indigenous persons efforts in general. As these needs arise, as the requests are made, we are here to provide data support.
Questions from committee members? Back to the survey on the questions that you asked in formulating them. If some of these nevers became more of the sometimes category, the always category, do you think that would improve recovery of these missing persons? Or I'm just trying to think of, and I don't want to blast law enforcement. I know they're busy, resources are limited. We hear that, we know that. But of all of these items on the list, are there a few target areas where if we really focused on, entering dental records or things like that, that you think would really make a difference in the recovery of these individuals? And maybe this is a question for Kara too.
Madam Chair, one of the things that I hear most from DCI is getting photos is really key. If you look at the DCI's missing persons page, several of these juveniles, we don't even have an image available, and that's really key. Going the next step to having data and being able to enter that into the NAMA system, is obviously beneficial. Quick segue about, the low participation rate. I think that can improve. Again, law enforcement is overtaxed, and this was a pretty quick turnaround. This was presented to them at one of their Wyoming Sheriffs and Chiefs Association meetings. But I do think with this continued focus on missing persons, I do think we'll get a better rate of response if we were to do this again. But I do think just, honestly, images is a big thing. Talking to the people who they've last had contact. I mean, anything we can do to improve that. And you'll notice some of the never, again, remember, this was such a discrete population that's hard to say. But I do believe our colleagues at the table will have a little bit more information, especially since they do administer the alerts and what helps. I mean, they're the boots on the ground who are out there trying to interdict these children. So,
well, how about we hold that for a second? We'll move on to that next. Dr. Grant, are there any other questions from committee members for Dr. Grant or Ms. Chambers? Seeing none, thank you for your continued work. And I would agree with you, Kara. I think just anecdotally looking at the attention that's being paid on social media and other sites about kids that are going missing in my neck of the woods in Cheyenne has increased significantly. And so I do think that maybe the numbers aren't higher or lower, but there's definitely a greater awareness about what's happening out there when kids are either running away or having more serious issues. Okay. So committee, with that on our agenda, I believe we, at our last hearing, talked about other alert systems that are available. A few years ago, when we were looking at missing and murdered Indigenous persons specifically, we were examining coverage of the Amber Alert system on the Wind River Reservation and discovered that we really didn't have a formal mechanism within our state statutes to administer it even statewide. And so after doing some research, we became aware that Homeland Security has involvement in administering this or holding the contract, but that it is the Wyoming Highway Patrol that's actually boots on the ground administering the program. So our missing and murdered persons and Indigenous persons bill we worked on codified some of those requirements. But I think we're looking at some gaps. Amber Alerts are really intended to cover instances where children are going missing and being abducted. But doing our research, we know that that happens to senior citizens. We know that happens to blue alerts being issued for law enforcement. And then we've learned about other alert systems geared toward some of these endangered persons that aren't seniors and aren't children. So with that, we had asked our LSO to draft the bill. It's titled 23 LSO 0212 working draft, and I have 0.4 in front of me. And so this would amend the current statute that we've got codified to allow for some of those additional alert systems to be implemented. Well, the bill's pretty straightforward, so I don't think it's worth necessarily walking through it, Mr. Co-Chairman, unless you'd like an explanation from LSO on the drafting.
Madam Chairwoman,
Oh, yes. Oh, Ms. Jarvis.
Madam Chairwoman, the only thing is you indicated version 0.4, which, as you know, we send advanced copies out and then for different chairperson comments. What was distributed with the materials and indeed is out on the table and posted is version 0.5.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. 0.5. I have 0.3. Oh, there's 0.5. I have it. I have 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5 because I've been working on this too. So with that, maybe we'll take some testimony from Wyoming Highway Patrol. We have Crystal, who I've known and met, lives in my district, and then Major Jermaine. Welcome, and we're curious to get an update from you on alert systems and your thoughts on this particular piece of legislation.
Good morning. I wanted to talk about the alerts that we do have right now in Wyoming. And I think a lot of the problems you find out is people don't use them. We have the Amber Alert. Criteria for that is that the child must be 17 years or under. Law enforcement must investigate and determine that the child is at risk of bodily harm or injury, and that there's enough information to be able to locate. People forget it's not always a vehicle that we need. We can locate a child just by clothing or what the suspect was wearing. Those type of things work. So we want to try to get that pushed out to our law enforcement community to make sure. Once we do get the request for the alert and the criteria is met, we're sending that out. We're getting on. Code Red is our program that we activate. We have people that have signed up to get notification every time we activate, but we also send it out on iPods, which is putting it out on the TVs, on your radios, on the highway signs. We're putting it up. We are activating statewide every time because you never know where somebody's going. We also, if we push this a lot. If they don't meet criteria for an Amber Alert, if there's a piece of it missing, we can do the Wyoming endangered person, which also would cover adults. We use it for elderly, like a silver alert. A lot of states have too many alerts. We've used that quite a bit. We had one just recently that they did not ask that we activate. But I came in and I found out about it and I asked that it be put just on the highway signs. Within 1 hour, we found the elderly person. 1 hour is all it took. They'd looked since 1 o'clock in the morning, but nobody had asked for us to activate. So it makes it hard.
Ms. McGuire, when you say no one asks, who should be asking?
The entering agency. So whatever law enforcement agency it is that's doing the investigation should be requesting the alert. That alert covers a lot, but I can see where we could do the Shawnee alert. And it would be welcomed by our agency to do that, because that would cover, if you look at the national, that would cover people from 17 and older that are missing under suspicious circumstances. So I do support doing the Shawnee alert. One more thing, I told Kara this, we need to get training out to Wyoming law enforcement agencies. I'm gonna do some training in November, but it's a small group, so we need to get it out.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Crystal, thank you. But what does that mean? What is the training that we need to get out? I'm taken from your comment that you do it. And what does it enhance?
Ms. McGuire?
In my opinion, what's happening is law enforcement do not even know that these alerts are available to them. They don't understand them. They don't have the criteria. And until something happens in their community, they don't seem to listen. I can use an example of a local agency that had an Amber Alert for the first time. And after that Amber Alert, they called and said, you got to help us understand this. Because they don't understand. We're not getting out there and putting this program so they know it's available to them whenever somebody comes up missing, whether it be a child or an adult.
Follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Co-Chair?
So within the highway patrol, are they trained?
Yes,
And so then reaching out to counties and municipalities.
I don't know if I don't think our troopers are trained in all of it because they don't do those investigations. But my communications center is trained because they do all the Amber Alerts for the state.
Ms. Chambers?
Bless you. Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, I wanted to expand upon what Ms. McGuire had said. So we had discussed the fact that, and this is sort of an ill that we see all over the place. We'll discuss with sexual assaults as well as availability of law enforcement training and engaging that law enforcement to receive that training. So we did discuss the fact that the Division of Victim Services has, you know, as an executive branch agency, fiscal support to sort of make sure we communicate these opportunities of training. It's a little bit about leading a horse to water, but I really do think that there's just an education gap. It's not that law enforcement, is apathetic about this. It's just really understanding the alerts, what the criteria are, because it's not every person who goes missing every single time, whether it's Amber or Ashante or any of these other endangered persons alert. There are distinct criteria, but really boosting the training that is available, because it's not a matter of the fact that we don't have it or can't do it. We just really need to make sure it's broadly understood. And so one of the things our agency, again, really referring to the Division of Criminal Investigation, is working with this missing persons task force that was really initiated by Chief McFeeters out of Casper, to make sure that law enforcement is aware of what resources are out there for missing people. And so really maybe just a targeted approach of what law enforcement agencies would really need some help, maybe from some other criteria that we're aware of that didn't answer the survey, maybe aren't aware, that we've anecdotally had some concerns with, we don't seem to be getting a lot of information, or when we do get missing persons reports, we don't have photos. And so working with Katie Kozlowski at the Division of Criminal Investigation to really do some of that targeted training for law enforcement is really what I think we'll see improvement upon. Because again, the training's out there, it's just not necessarily widely utilized. So there's an ongoing effort to increase that awareness and participation.
How about we'll go to Mr. Co-Chair and then to Senator Salazar.
So Kara, is it now, or could it be part of the curriculum at the academy?
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, I'm not sure what specifically is part of the curriculum. I do know that my agency, Division of Victim Services, gets in front of all of the peace officer basics. And that's something that we intend to increase awareness on in part of our training. But yeah, that's something that we can make sure. I'm positive that they get rudimentary information on alerts and certainly Amber Alerts. And Crystal could probably expound upon that. But yeah, that's one place where we could target that training.
Ms. McGuire, did you have a follow-up comment?
I do not know if they are trained in that academy. Do you know?
No, I
Major.
don't know if they are trained or not, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McGuire, so quick question, just help me understand. It's not a question then of funding. It's a question of these local law enforcements knowing that the training is out there for them to be brought up to speed. Is that it?
Ms. McGuire.
That is correct. I mean, there's also training from the Department of Justice that's free. They're bringing the training to them. They just don't request it.
And Ms. McGuire, I remember a few years ago, you were involved in trying to provide additional training to our partners at Wind River. Do you want to share how those efforts went? I know that I believe there were federal funds involved in that, but it was also COVID era. Ugh. Thanks.
Madam Chair. Basically, we got out there with the Department of Justice. They are trained. We were there 2 days before COVID hit. So we talked just recently about going back out and doing another training, refreshing. But I will tell you, they have used the Amber Alert system twice since then. So it's working.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Can we kind of get a little, maybe some basics for me? Because on these alerts, I'm not sure how they exactly work. I know you can get a notification on your phone, and I know that they're on the Highway Department variable message signs. I don't know where else they are. I assume there's an internal law enforcement sharing of information. But I guess I'm wondering if there's a worry about the ones on your phone, because my understanding is that the ones on the phone can be shut off. And I've had experience where I've had the alerts on and the alerts off. And sometimes I know for people that have the alerts on, there are some drawbacks, some of which they wake you up in the middle of the night for an alert, some of which are things like the alert is about, I was getting all sorts of ones about something in Colorado that would seem just far removed from Wyoming. And I'm sure in Cheyenne, you probably get front range type alerts. So as you put in more alerts, it's just like, you know, the weather system had to go to different categories of storm warnings because people got immune's not the word, but used to these different levels of seeming crisis, and they stopped responding. And I'm wondering if there's a danger if we over alert our phone that will just drive people to shut the alerts off. And I'd be very curious how many people have the alerts on their phone in this room right now. And so there is a downside to over alerting. And that's part of the reason I began this question by asking, how else does it work? I know the variable message signs, I know the phone, I think there must be more, but I'm worried that more people will shut the alerts off on their phone.
Ms. McGuire.
When we do alerts, the only alerts we do on phones right now is the Amber Alert. The missing person endangered is not sent out to the phones. The other way that we're alerting is via TV, radio, and yes, we have a message that goes out to all law enforcement agencies.
So, Madam Chairwoman, then the practical effect of this Ashanti alert would not cause more alerts to happen on people's phones, or would it?
McGuire.
If we went with the way the national program is set up, it would.
Mr. Co-Chair.
But the Ashanti is really identifying a different population than the Amber Alert was. And so we're reaching out to those older adults, those older than 17 that may be missing, that have issues. Have I got that right?
Ms. McGuire.
That's correct.
Ms. Chambers, and I think it would also be helpful if recollection serves with Amber Alert, maybe to go through some of the requirements, because I think when we worked on this issue before, we want to be sensitive to the fact that, if a parent or someone has taken a child and you've got joint custody kind of issues, it's not, that child's not necessarily in danger. So there are some very specific criteria for Amber Alert, and my understanding is there are specific requirement for Ashanti as well. So maybe walk us through some of that, and feel free to fill in any gaps with prior questions that with information that you might have.
When you're looking at your Amber Alerts, the criteria is, if you've got a child that's endangered, they have to prove that child is in danger if they're not with if it's a custodial thing. Usually the only time that we activate in those situations is if it's been proven that parent is unfit and that child could be endangered. As far as the criteria for an Amber Alert, law enforcement has to be notified. They have to do an investigation. Like I said, the child has to be under 17 years of age, 17 or under. And is that child in imminent danger of life, correction of death, or bodily injury? And then, like I said before, you have to have enough information to be able to locate the child, the vehicle, the suspect, whatever we can get. I can't just put it out, 6-year-old missing. I got to have more than that. I've got to have enough information that when I put it out to the public, they know what to look for. The other thing I think the public is feeling is that up until recently, we send out alerts on the phone. We could only do 90 characters. Now we can do 360. So their alerts are going to be a lot nicer and a lot better. And they're going to get everything they need to look for that child. And on the Ashanti, I don't know what Wyoming criteria will be yet. I just can go by national. And the national is just about an Amber Alert criteria. Individuals of the age of 17 or older that do not fit into the Amber Alert, missing adults with special needs or circumstances, missing adults who are endangered or have been involuntarily abducted. So the criteria is a little bit different, but it's pretty much going to be the same. And Wyoming, I will tell you, I've been doing this since 2017. Boy, time flies. We don't issue that many Amber Alerts. Haven't but one this year. So we don't issue a lot of alerts.
And then Ms. Chambers, did you have additional information to respond to Senator Case's comments?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Senator Case. As Ms. McGuire just identified, there are discrete criteria, and I've often heard that there's always that concern that you become desensitized perhaps to an overabundance of alerts. And as Ms. McGuire has said, I've heard anecdotally that that's not really a concern in Wyoming. Again, there are discrete criteria. So this is not every runaway juvenile. This is not every person who, they have to be abducted or kidnapped, and there has to be reasons to be for exigent circumstances that they're either physically or mentally disabled. But the other bit of information, and I was looking around to see if anyone from Homeland Security is here to maybe expound upon the IPAWS system. But what I've come to understand that's also, there's sort of a geofence around it, so the attempt is made to not just blast it to everyone every single time, but with a discrete location. And I will say, even living here in Cheyenne and being maybe subject to some of the Front Range, I don't receive very many. And in fact, for the first time, I think, and maybe Senator Ellis received it as well, because I was told it was a 6-mile radius for a missing juvenile. And I both got a phone call, I got a text message, and I got an email. And that was one alert. It was very discreet. But so I don't think you have to worry quite as much about that desensitization, because it's not just going to be that we're going to be inundated with every single missing person every single time. But that's a concern, because again, we don't want people to become desensitized. Now there's different things with like weather alerts, like this code red, or where you opt in. Ashanti and Amber are sort of a different animal. because there is such distinct criteria that this is considered extremely dangerous and rare. And I'm not as worried about people becoming desensitized to that personally.
Follow Mr. Senator Case.
So, Ms. Chambers, thank you, Madam Chairman. So you cannot shut off the Amber Alert? Is that what I read from her, the last criteria? Because I read something that says that you can.
Ms. McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can turn the alert off on your phone.
Yeah. And then just to drill down on this a little bit. The new language is very specific about integration and working. But I'm not seeing where our participation in expanded alert programs is prohibited by the language I see in front of me in Romanet 7. There may be other places, but I'm still trying to understand why we need this and couldn't be done by rule or policy. I mean, if you need the legislature to tell you to do this, that's one thing, but I think your authorization allows for this now if there were rules to do it.
Ms. Chambers.
Madam Chair, Senator Case, that is our understanding that this could be an administrative lift. I think because there is such attention on missing persons and it was the will of this body to perhaps expand the existing statute. But you're correct. There is an endangered persons alert system exists. Perhaps to more carve it closely to the Ashanti, we would need legislation. But again, that's really up to the body. I don't think there's any harm in this additional language. I think it sort of expounds upon what we have. Again, most of the duties that already exist for that state coordination, you're correct, are in existing statute. So, you know, whether it's needed or not, I think it's not a bad thing to raise awareness, to expand this into the existing language, but that would be, again, up to the will of the body.
Thank you.
Ms. McGuire, did you have additional information you wanted to provide?
No, Madam Chairman.
Heather.
Madam Chairwoman, I know that Director Bud is on the, from Homeland Security is on the Zoom.
This would be a good time to have her come on board. Director Bud, I know you're traveling and at a conference representing Wyoming Well. Thank you for making time to join us remotely.
Absolutely, Madam Chairman. I appreciate it, the opportunity to be here. The information has been covered very well with regard to the difference in the alerts, but I will just real quickly.
Ms. Bud, how about we have you introduce yourself really quick?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Lynn Budd. I am the Director of the Office of Homeland Security for the state. My apologies. Madam Chairman, to further explain the difference between the systems, the IPAWS alert is the overarching, or IPAWS system, the integrated public alert and warning system, is the overarching tool that allows us to do alerts. It is based on hitting cell towers. So as Kara Chambers said, it is geofenced and it's going to hit every phone that is within a geographic area, unless someone has opted out of those alerts. We, in our business, use that, not a lot, but it can be used for instance, evacuation of a campground when we know there's a flood coming. And in addition, the code red systems and all of those are the tool that allows you to access the IPAWS system. We do provide access to that system to every county in the state. And there's a group plan, if you will, that runs through our office that every county has access to that. In addition, a county may also opt in for a subscription system where they can have alerts that would be of less importance, but also importance to a local jurisdiction that individuals can sign up for. They can opt into those types of alerts. That is a cost to the county to have those subscription services. And right now, though, there's only one county that does not have that for subscription service. We were the first state in the nation to have 100% compliance in the IPAWS system, which means that every single county has the ability to issue these types of alerts. They maintain that qualification by doing testing every month. They are required to test their system every month through a testing system. We in our office actually test our systems every week as we do our duty officer shift changes. That may be something to be thinking about when you're talking about knowledge of the systems available. We all go to school and learn things, but do you remember everything you learned on one day? Probably not. What in emergency management, we believe in training, but also believe in exercising. So maybe there may be a system put into place, or maybe local jurisdictions could look at exercising their systems so that the folks at the local level in the local law enforcement agencies practice it. And they practice looking for, well, would this be a case for an Amber Alert or any other kind of an endangered person's alert? Interestingly enough, and I don't know if it has if it created a problem, but Yellowstone National Park is actually just trying to get sort of back in the good graces of the IPAWS system as they allowed theirs to lapse. It probably would have been a great tool to have during our recent flooding in Yellowstone Park, but I believe that almost everything I was going to cover has already been covered. Also want to just let you know, though, about one other tool that hasn't been mentioned that is in existing legislation, which is called the Lifesaver Program. This program is set up to sort of more on the preparedness end for folks that may be at higher risk, such as those with Alzheimer's, children that have other, or anybody who has any other kind of medical deficiency. It's a GPS bracelet that is purchased through local law enforcement agencies, which is run through those programs, so that if that person does get lost or is wandered away, they're able to locate that person through that GPS bracelet. This law, it is 1913-117, called the Lifesaver Program. Our office was set up to administer that, or administer grants to the local level for starting of these programs at the different county levels, or different counties and law enforcement agencies. I think I'm going to stop there, and I'll be happy to answer any additional questions y'all might have with regard to the systems available.
Thank you, Director Budd. Question from Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Director Budd. So this bill that we have in front of us really was a response to information we heard at our earlier Tribal Relations Committee on the Ashanti legislation or model legislation that's out there. And we like the idea of being able to expand and cover other vulnerable populations, as you point out, and as you pointed out in your reference to 1913-117. So my question is, as you look at this bill, and my question to you, is there anything that prohibits us from participating or implementing any of these programs that requires the language of the new language added to this bill?
Director Budd.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I do not see that there's any impediment to us being able to support any alerting system or any other program that we should want to do with our current statutes.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Director Budd, did you have any additional comments you wanted to make?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions for the director before we let her go back to her conference? Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And then Major Germain, we have not given you the mic yet. Did you have any comments you wanted to offer to this committee?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and rest of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. I would just say that the research that Dr. Grant has provided does provide some alarming points, especially when we start to see potential juveniles missing for 30+ days. That is of high concern from a law enforcement perspective. You start to think human trafficking, in worst case, a scenario, potential homicides, and I don't know what the rate of return is to finding all of those children that it could be missing. The unique thing about the Ashanti bill, which I think is well written, is that it seems to give some leeway to providing Amber Alerts for potential people above the age of 17 and maybe elaborating on that criteria. What I don't know is within the existing system if we could expand upon that. But I will say current trends that I've seen just across the nation is we're starting to see more abductions of adult people, and I don't have any data to really support that other than just being made aware of that and seeming that it's happening more frequently. So that could be a trend that proceeds in the future, and it might be nice to have a way to put alerts out for those people as well. But that's what I have to offer, and support the bill the way it's written, should it be passed into legislation.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Coe, Chairman?
Thank you. So Major Jermaine, and maybe to you, Kara, as well. So I think what the committee is really kind of focusing on is current statute. Can we implement the criteria of Ashanti to cover these other population, these adult populations that are older than what we do with Amber Alert? Or do we need additional language in our statutes to accomplish that?
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, I believe the testimony that I've heard from the people who actually administer it is that we probably can do this already. What my personal opinion and my office's opinion is that expanding the statute as you have certainly raises awareness. And whether that's why you pass legislation or not, that's up to the body. It doesn't hurt to expand the language that we have here to make it clear.
A follow-up, Mr. Co-Chair?
Follow-up. So yeah, maybe. And my point is we raise awareness by virtue of this public conversation? Or are we raising awareness because now we've inserted into the green books some additional language? And I think what we try to do is avoid cluttering the green books with stuff that's already covered. And that's really, I think, will even take a precedent here. And so, when you talk about raise awareness, is it by virtue of having it in the green books, or is it by virtue of having the conversation?
Madam, or
Whoever.
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, both, quite frankly. I do personally, my experience as an attorney and working in victim services, it's helpful when I can point exactly to a statute. There are instances, I don't think this is unduly cluttering the green books, quite frankly. I think it is very helpful when I can point to a statute and say, this is why, law enforcement agency, you can issue these alerts. It doesn't hurt. It sends a message that this is our law. There already are laws that we struggle with not having teeth. And so I think this gives us a little more teeth. But to answer your question, administratively, the executive branch can make this lift with the Ashanti Alert. There is no fiscal impact to doing so. We have the goodwill of the agencies that are involved in this to make it happen. But I think it's a good bill. Personally, I'm not technically allowed to state an opinion. But the information I have, being able to point to that is helpful. And it helps with law enforcement relations, and it helps with public relations, and it helps with attorneys understanding what our law is and what we do.
Mr. Coach, or I guess I don't need to ask for your permission to ask a question, but
As you would.
so we have this authority, state agencies have this authority now, but have you heard any indication that rulemaking's underway to get these alerts online?
Madam Chair, I believe we're just waiting to see what happens with this bill. I don't believe there will be a rulemaking lift necessarily.
I guess my point I'm trying to make, Kara, is my co-chair and I were just actually looking at another part of a statute dealing with something else. And there's an obligation for the governor's office to do a certain thing, which we don't think they're doing. And we said, well, it's written in the law, they should be doing this. So we need to have that conversation. I think that's my biggest concern is we have commitments and conversations right now. Maybe we can do this through administrative rulemaking, but what happens down the road if that becomes neglected, is forgotten. I think what provides, adding this to the statute books provides that assurance so that when people like me in 10 years are looking through the books again, they'll say, what is going on with this alert? Is how often is it being used? What kind of training is happening? So I think to me, that's my desire of seeing this legislation advanced. But you've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you see the value in kind of that longevity of having it in the green books for those reasons?
Madam Chair, I absolutely see the value in that, and I'd personally prefer, my office would prefer to see it in statute. I've, anecdotally been trying for 8 years to amend my own division's rules. That's a messy process, and I'd be naive to say that there aren't statutes that aren't being followed, but it's really helpful to be able to point that out when they're not being followed, that this is not permit, this is law. This is our state law. And our lawmakers have made a priority of this by stating so and putting it into those green books. And I think that's an important message.
Okay. Thank you, panelists. I think we've heard your testimony. With that, I think we're at the portion where we'll take public comment. We are seeking public comment on 23 LSO 212 working draft 0.5. We have Kit Wentland who would like to speak on this. I see another person raising their hand in the audience. Do we have anyone on the Zoom? No one has raised their hand. Or Heather?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Blackburn did want you to know that he has been on for quite some time. He just is having some audio and visual challenges, but he has not indicated that he wants to speak on this particular topic, but he did want you to know he was there.
Thank you for that update, Representative Blackburn. We appreciate it. All right, with that, we'll hear from Mr. Wentland and then we'll hear from Ms. Clement.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to come up and speak real quick, give the governor's office's perspective on this topic, just generally to say that we have spoken with each of the agencies that have come up here to speak today about this Ashanti alert system, as well as the various other alert systems or advisories that are already available. I think speaking to the Division of Victim Services, Director Chambers' position, we do think this alert would be valuable. And we don't think that it would clutter up the alert framework we have. As was stated before, this Ashanti alert would likely fall within the Amber Alert category, where those kinds of alerts that come through your phone, there aren't as many of those that happen right now. There's all these other advisories that you can use for more local concerns, like an endangered person advisory with criteria that are less restrictive. And those can be used, and we would agree with Highway Patrol as well that raising awareness and education of those tools would be helpful. I believe Office of Homeland Security with Director Budd, the use of that Lifesaver program, raising awareness of those kinds of tools in addition to pursuing this Ashanti alert, we think would be valuable. Speaking as to the bill, I do think we would say that administratively, there is the ability right now to implement the Ashanti alert, and we do have these other tools available. This bill does not hurt by any stretch of the imagination. So whatever the committee sees as the best path forward, we're happy to support, and we have already been speaking with Homeland Security and with these other agencies about how we can go about looking into implementing the Ashanti alert process. There's a federal collaboration where you have to collaborate on criteria and you have to coordinate with the national program. I don't want to commit to, yes, we have to do rules, or no, we don't. At this time, it doesn't look like it, but of course, as you get into the process, you always see what is required for an administrative lift to implement these kinds of things. Needless to say, we're looking at it, we support it, and we'd like to implement it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wentland? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wetland. So the testimony would be that the governor's office supports this, that the executive branch would like to do this, and that you don't think you necessarily need a rule change to do it. Why couldn't we just do it without this bill?
Mr. Wentland.
Madam Chair, Senator Case, I think right now, under the Ashanti alert specifically, I do think the current statute allows us to just do it. I don't know if it would require rule changes. I think I don't want to commit on that before I've had the time to really run that down. But I think the additions to this bill speak more to alert system outside of IPAWS, and Ashanti Alert would function within the IPAWS system.
Madam Chairwoman,
Follow up?
just in terms of timing, if the executive branch can implement the Ashanti system right away. But if we have a bill percolating out there in the world, no agency is going to want to move forward until the bill's done. So the bill actually holds up implementing the program. And I mean, the bill won't be passed until possibly March, possibly earlier. And what's the effective date? I should look, it's right here, but immediately, it's July. So we wouldn't have anything before July because no agency is going to, it'll be turned around and they'll say that you don't have the authority, that bill isn't effective till July. We could make it effective immediately. But I guess my whole point is we could actually do something good by acting proactively for what we can do and not wait for this legislation. You know, we could do it a couple weeks, which if it's a good thing, we ought to be doing that kind of thing.
Your thoughts, Mr. Wentland?
Madam Chair, Senator Case, to your point, I think from the point of view of the governor's office, whatever the committee wants to do with this bill, we want to move forward with this. I don't know what the timeline is for coordinating with the federal program. You have to speak with the federal Ashanti Alert program that is run through the Department of Justice. And then you coordinate with their criteria to help develop Wyoming's criteria. I don't know if that takes a couple weeks. I don't know if that takes a couple months. Doesn't mean we can't start the process now. So to your point, I think we would like to start moving whatever the committee would like to do on the bill. Either way, we don't think it hurts our ability to pursue now or would hinder it.
Senator Case, I think your points are completely well taken. I think my just experience in working on this, when we first started talking about missing and murdered Indigenous persons, there was an article in one of our statewide publications that said that Amber Alerts were not available and not being utilized on the reservation. And I lost sleep over it and started making a ton of phone calls, only to find out that that was inaccurate. And it's because we didn't have anywhere in our statutes any kind of mention of an Amber Alert system being used. So as we were backfilling on how we wanted that to work, you know, we clarified the practice that was already there, that Homeland Security, you know, was the umbrella agency, that Highway Patrol was administering it. And that at the time there was a real handshake between our federal and state agencies with the tribes. And so my concern was always what happens if you get a new chief of police at Wind River and that handshake goes away, then what our obligation kind of dissolves or could be forgotten. And so, I mean, I understand your point, but I think that that's kind of I'm trying to sort through this with you too, because I would like to see this alert up and running. I wish it was already up and running, but how do we make sure that it, first of all, gets done by our agencies and then in the future doesn't slip through the cracks? So that's just something I'm wrestling with. And I know I'm kind of stepping out of protocol here by addressing you directly like this, but that's one thing I am asking Kit. So you've heard me explain that. Do you have any thoughts of how you think we could proceed either with legislation or without legislation so that we're not in the future having anything fall through the cracks when it comes to making sure we're protecting those individuals that happen to be above the age of 17, but are going missing? And I think we have heard from our, where this Tribal Relations Committee, I think we have heard from our constituents in that area in particular about the need for bolstering more awareness about people that are going missing. Do you have any thoughts for us?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think the first thing that I would like to say is that Director Budd and the Office of Homeland Security are very active with us in helping to coordinate with each tribe. I help them field communications. We work through our liaisons routinely, and I would just like to commend her for her activity on that front. That being said, implementing this piece, I think there's two pieces to this bill. The Ashanti Alert System functions under IPAWS, and the current statute says shall, I don't remember the exact language, shall coordinate and integrate within the IPAWS system. So that would fall in that piece, which isn't part of the amendment. The endangered persons advisories and advisories of that nature that don't go out on the IPAWS system where it's that mandatory phone alert. I think that's what the bill gets at more. And for those, that's what it would do, more mandating of cooperation. Homeland Security does cooperate with the tribes. We have an open line of communication. I would of course defer to each tribe if they have other input on their side of this, but from the governor's side, we do believe we have a good relationship on these issues. I think in terms of what the bill would do, I think that's more what it would achieve.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wetland? Already seeing none. Thank you for your testimony and your help. All right,
Thank you.
we have Miss Clement. And then is there anyone else that would like to testify? I see Travis and I see Sergio. Okay. We'll go in that order. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. My name is Ann Clement. I am here on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association Wyoming chapter. We're here to voice our support for the bill and highlight the importance of the definition of at-risk adult to include persons living with dementia and Alzheimer's. Dementia and Alzheimer's is a progressive disease affecting the brain and can last anywhere from 4 to 20 years. It is earmarked by 3 stages. Any of those stages can last any of those years as well. And part of that stage includes a wandering behavior. Within Wyoming, there are about 10,000 Wyomingites living with Alzheimer's and other related dementias. Generally speaking, about 60% of those patients will be prone to wandering. If those citizens are not located within the first 24 hours, the majority of them will fall victim to an injury that requires hospitalization or found deceased, often in a secluded area. Wandering behavior is not characterized by a desire to find one's way home, but rather an episode of looking for something that is lost, locating a destination that is not there, or following along another perceived reality. Because wandering isn't looking for a direction, they're often prone to wandering in places that otherwise are not safely traveled. Alzheimer's and dementia symptoms include changes to how visual cues are integrated in the brain, thereby diminishing peripheral vision, which affects balance, reduced depth perception, creating issues calculating distances from themselves to a danger, reduced ability to distinguish between objects and their backgrounds, and diminished ability to detect movement. Less than 5% of wandering adults find their way home safely on their own. While programs do exist to cover the lives of those families that are concerned with wandering behaviors, as Director Budd mentioned, the Lifesaver program, it is often an episode of wandering that is the reason caregivers look into such programs. And also to the extent that they are aware that those programs exist. As Alzheimer's and dementia are progressive, a person living with dementia who was one day able to find their way home or had yet to exhibit a tendency to wander may begin doing so. Evidence suggests that alert programs that are mirrored by the bill language here support the ability for individuals living with dementia to remain in their community and in their family home for longer, as they create a safety net for the family members that are keeping an eye on their relatives. We have to remember that not all patients with dementia are over the age of 65. About 5% of those with dementia do have early onset symptoms that can happen as young as 35. A large part of a person's autonomy is the ability to move throughout the community without a tracking device attached to them, especially engaged prematurely to the need for those wandering behaviors. And if we use the estimate of 10,000 Wyomingites with dementia, that would suggest roughly 500 of those are early onset patients, and roughly 300 of those are patients who would be prone to wandering. This alert program in the language that defines an at-risk adult to include an adult who suffers from Alzheimer's disease and dementia creates a community-wide safety net for those patients and their families that are navigating an otherwise devastating disease. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Clement? Thank you. And Ms. Clement, so I think what I'm hearing is a little different of a focus, but maybe not a bad one. I think when it comes to Amber Alerts, the thought is that they're endangered by someone else. This is kind of making sure it's clear that a person can also be a danger to themselves and not even know it. Is that kind of the point you're trying to make in supporting this legislation?
Chairwoman Ellis, it is. And to have a community safeguard where the people that are otherwise in their immediate area are aware that that person is out on their own and not able to find their own way home is absolutely what we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Case?
Thank you, Chairman. So are alerts to help find victims, wanderers from Alzheimer's or other dementia, are they covered under the Ashanti system or not?
Ms. Clement?
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. Senator Case, to your point, technically, as based on other state language, perhaps not, but because of the way that this is currently written with at-risk adults to include those patients with dementia and Alzheimer's, they would fall under this safety net as well.
And just, I've got a little conflict because as you were talking, Ms. Myers in the back was shaking her head. Yes, they are covered. So maybe we got to figure the answer to that, but thank you. And you guys maybe can figure it out. Let us know.
That sounds like a plan.
Because if they are covered and they can do the other now, we could do this now without legislation. But I need to figure this out.
Okay, thank you, Senator Case. Mr. Co-Chairman? Okay, well, we'll have Mr. McNiven and then Mr. Maldonado come testify.
Chairwoman Ellis, members of the committee, Travis McNevin on behalf of the Northern Apple Business Council. The Northern Apple Business Council supports this bill. They also recognize that there is the administrative ability or their ability to move forward as the committee has discussed here today. That being said, the position and the thought is still that this draws, as other things, others have mentioned today, whether focus or attention or the ability that future agency directors, future administrations, future legislators, et cetera, that may or may not have the focus that exists today, that this legislation, these words on the page entered into the Green Book would provide for long-term certainty of the populations that we are discussing here today. And so for those reasons, the council does support and hopes that the committee moves forward. But regardless of the committee's decision, would like to see, this emphasis, this focus, this initiative, move forward administratively or legislatively in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McNiven? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. We have Mr. Maldonado.
Good morning, Chairwoman Ellis, committee. My name is Sergio Maldonado. I'm a member of the Northern Arapaho tribe. Also have Mexican American in my blood, Andrew Maldonado, my father. I support what is happening here with respect to the legislation caring for people who somehow go missing. I certainly support that, and I'm happy to hear that the Business Council does also. But I would like to bring up another group, another population within the community that are also missing, and that is people who choose a lifestyle that lends them to disappear for several weeks. We call it on the res, MIA on the res, missing in action on the res. The family may know where they are, but they don't know where they are. They can be gone for a week, several months. I have family members who do this, and this is not uncommon on the reservation. I do not see the names of those people ever listed as missing, murder, or whatever, or an Amber Alert. And I certainly support Amber Alerts for children. Case in point, I have a younger brother, son to my auntie, who is my mother's youngest sister. I will not give names. He was known for that kind of behavior. He disappeared over a year ago. Again, family just thought, well, his routine behavior. Well, he shows up 3 weeks later. He had been murdered on the reservation. The tribal police investigated this. His body was returned to his residence right across the street from me on 17 Mile Road. He'd been dead for many, many hours, but the perpetrators killed him and then strung up his body on the clothesline and left him hanging. And it was that morning when his auntie saw him hanging. So there's an example where we have a small population. I can't quantify it, but a population within the community who just disappear while they're out and about doing whatever they're doing because of their lifestyle. And this legislation certainly does not cover it. Now, here's why: because families too often choose not to put out their dirty laundry. They choose not to let the police know that so-and-so has been missing for a week, several weeks. And yet I know, as a community member, I've been home since '06, that this routinely happens throughout the reservation and nothing is ever said about it. Listed as murdered, and that was the end of the discussion. Just food for thought. We can call that, let's just call it, let's whack statistics. We'll call it a nuisance variable, an unknown variable, or a variable that we cannot manipulate. It just is, it's just there. I'll say about that much. Answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Maldonado? Thank you for being with us today. All right, with that, public comment is closed. We have a bill draft in front of us. Committee, what's your pleasure? Bill's been moved. I'll second it. Discussion on the bill. Mr. Co-Chair?
So where I'm struggling, Madam Chairman, because I, if we can do it, I agree that we should do it and if there's enough support statutorily to allow it to happen. The question I have is we talk about the integrated public alert warning system, which I think is our Amber Alert, and I'm kind of looking over to our folks there. And I'm trying to understand the mechanism for getting this stuff out, and the bill covers populations and warning systems that are outside that Amber Alert system. So it's a different system. And if we don't have the new language, there's nothing in there that requires us to provide or allow these additional systems in here. My question is again, is it problematic? For me, is it problematic if we don't have language that we then will not implement these additional systems to cover folks like Miss Clements identified? So I'm trying to, Heather, maybe you can help us. I just want to make sure that we're not, if we don't adopt the bill, that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Chairman, I don't have an opinion as to whether the bill is needed or not, but I wanted to point out to you for your consideration. The Director Bud did provide the different information about the public alerts and warnings, and the integrated public alert and warning system. That's the IPAWS. Many of them use that language. Many of the people who testified used the word IPAWS as the initialization of that means integrated public alert and warning system. And it encompasses more than just Amber Alert. It does encompass, natural disaster alerts and things as well, which are which do show up in this thing that was provided by Director Bud. And then also existing legislation does go, if you look at page 5 of, if you look at page, page 5 of the bill draft, on paragraph 2 in existing language, very, very briefly, so it doesn't go into any definition of what an at-risk adult is or anything like that, but the existing law does state that the State Highway Patrol may also use or manage other alert systems to aid in the safe recovery of missing or endangered persons. So that much is in law without the additional areas that this bill goes into.
Further comments, Senator Case?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. So I guess I've got two concerns if we pass this forward. One is that nobody will implement anything till the bill is actually signed by the governor, and then we'll say we're going to do it. And that's a delay that could be, right now it's to next July. And I find that unfortunate. I think the second risk that we have is that as long as this is in play in the legislature, law enforcement and all these good people will be waiting for the legislature to act. We're facing a different legislature. We're going to have 30 new members. I think there's a shift away from government occurring. And I'm worried that suppose this bill fails in the legislature after a lot of debates. What's the downside of that? I think that if it failed, that provides some indication to the executive branch that we don't want this, as opposed to you have the authority to do it now. But if it fails, it's like, no, we don't want to do this. And so then they become a little gun shy. And so if you really care about doing this, it seems like one path forward is for us to lay the legislation low and possibly bring it as an individual bill as a backup, but to encourage the executive branch in the strongest possible words from this committee to do this now and not rely on, things happen in legislature. You could run out of time and this bill fails. And then people are saying, well, we tried that in the legislature and they didn't pass it. And then, so that means we don't want to do it. That's not true. That's the vagaries of politics. And I think we have to be sensitive to that as we strategize how to go forward. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Co-Chair?
And so I would take, as I've been trying to formulate this, Madam Chairman, I would almost take the other opposing argument on this is that if we pass it, it's giving further definition to help because we add in here some language that shall rather than on page 5 of the bill where it is a may, providing direction that we shall assist other municipal, local, state, and tribal law enforcement to help with other warning systems outside the iPods system. If the bill fails, we can still move on with the may. And so my good colleague, Senator Case, is saying if we don't do it, that perhaps we're sending the message that we don't want it. And I guess I'm saying if we do it and it fails, we still have the ability to do it. And I think at this point, after listening to public testimony and specifically that, and I think maybe we need to get this further identified. Can somebody answer for us? Can we, under existing programs, include those adults who at their own risk elope or run away? Or is this language help us to, as Ms. Clements pointed out, help us provide that assistance? Do we know? Can somebody help us? What do you think, Kara?
We're asking for some help here.
Because if we don't, Madam Chairman, and the reason I asked that question, because if our current language isn't specific enough that allows us to help those, then I think that this is the right step forward to include the language and adopt the language of the bill. If we can already do that, then we're back to the other question.
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson. What this bill does is certainly expand the definition to adult at risk. Current Wyoming law defines someone as a vulnerable adult, meaning any person who's over the age of 18 who is unable to manage or take care of himself or his money, assets, property without assistance as a result of advanced age or physical or mental disability. So I believe what Ms. Clemens is trying to do, which is a very good thing and probably a real need that law enforcement sees, is to expand that definition. So that's one distinct thing that this bill does that current law doesn't do. Now, to answer the concerns of the executive branch, I mean, I can only speak for myself and my other agencies, and what we've talked about is, yes, we're working on this now. The issue of missing people is very salient. It's very much on the governor's mind, as he has relayed to me through the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. It's very much on my office's mind. As I said, I've participated in some working groups with law enforcement and the Sheriffs and Chiefs Association and DCI. We're looking at this. So have no fear that momentum will continue. Do I think that this bill is needed for the reasons I've already given? I think it's important. I think Senator Casey raised some really salient issues. But my division's personal commitment is that we will continue to move forward. This is still something the task force would like to see. and making sure that we can work within existing statute is certainly something we will already do and pursue. But again, the issue of whether or not to bring this bill is not one for me to answer for you.
Alrighty, Senator Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is incredibly important. I want these administrative ideas to go forward. I guess I have the same feeling that Senator Case does, that if this bill were to fail in the legislature, we've waited all this time. I almost think an individual bill would be stronger. And but I don't think there's any question that all of us want this to go forward, the idea. I think it's a procedural legislative question of what's the best way to get there successfully. So.
Alrighty, committee. I think questions being called. I will just offer that I think I will support this legislation. I think that, I should ask if anyone has an amendment. I'd move on page 5, section 2, that change the effective date to immediately. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. That's passed. So just my reasons for supporting it, as I think we're all there today, but I just worry about 10 years, 20 years from now, and finding the need and having to rehab this discussion again, instead of, looking at the statute and calling the agency saying, this is something you're supposed to do. Why aren't you doing it? What's going on with it? That constant monitoring. But I mean, I fully understand all of your concerns. So with that, let's do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote for 23 LSO to 12 missing person alert systems as amended. Senator Case. Senator Salazar. Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative LeBeau excused. Co-chairman Larson. Chairman Ellis.
Okay, that bill is passed 4-1. We will keep open line of communication with our friends in the executive branch to see how this progresses before January comes, and hopefully we'll have some more information going on from there.
Madam Chairman, let's send that to the House.
Okay. Okay. How about we talk about that and maybe make a decision on where it could land after we get the universal bills that we know are universal bills. Is that fair? Okay, thank you. Committee members, is 10 o'clock. Let me just check our calendar here. How about we do a quick break, and when we come back, we will start talking about our next agenda items, but let's take a 10-minute bathroom break. We'll come back at 10:10.
It was crazy. I can't turn it off.
Are we about ready to come back online? Alrighty, we are back online. My apologies to those of you on watching virtually. We took an extra 5 minutes for our break. The next item we have on our agenda is law enforcement, forensic pathologist, and sexual assault. You'll recall from our last meeting that we had sent a letter to the Joint Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee indicating that we had received testimony on this. Heather, do you want to walk us through maybe the next couple of agenda items and just let us a recap of what we've done since our last meeting?
Madam Chairwoman, yes, actually, as far as what's currently happening at Joint Labor, Health, and Social Services, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Donna. And then as far as the letter to Secretary Haaland and the Wyoming congressional delegations regarding law enforcement, that was in some of the meeting materials, and it was in support of and continued support of the Wind River Reservation law enforcement and resources to them, and some of the questions regarding the length of time it takes for background checks to, as the committee may recall, the Wind River BIA employment, they were poised to hire someone, but then after the lengthy the background process, the person declined the position as victim's advocate, and then also just to have some parity with other Department of Interior positions as far as the compensation. And so that was the letter that was sent to the congressional delegation, which I believe has reached them through some of their local field folks. But regarding the update from Joint Labor, I'm going to pass the phone over to, or not the phone, the microphone.
Hi, Madam Chair. Just to give you an update, the Labor Committee met in early October and did discuss the idea that had been proposed to the committee of creating 2 state forensic pathologist positions. And the committee heard testimony from the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, from the Wyoming Board of Coroners, and from 2 county coroners from Natrona and Laramie County. And what they learned is there's really not consensus on the issue yet. So the committee didn't take any action, but did ask that the county commissioners and the county coroners continue to discuss the issue, and that it will possibly be a 2023 interim topic for the Labor Committee.
Okay. Comments from committee members, or Representative Larson?
Madam Chairman, the committee will recall that we had some comment at our last meeting in support of having a forensic pathologist to investigate issues in Fremont County, and it was also suggested that there had been a contract pathologist for the county that had that contract had expired. So I reached out to the coroner's office and the county commissioners, and what I found out is that there really was neither one, that most of the pathology requirements are done out of state in Colorado, and they really those folks that I talked to said it would really be beneficial to have somebody that was closer. So I think we're probably in a monitor. From what I'm hearing, we'll probably monitor, but I think as the Labor and Health Committee moves forward with the interim discussion on that we should, from our vantage point on tribal relations, continue to support that effort.
Thank you. And for the good of the committee, I did receive a call from a fellow named Chaz Ziegler from Senator Barrasso's office. They were going to work with the Department of Interior at the federal level on some of the questions we had related to the timing of getting background checks cleared. And then they also had been reaching out and working with the Billings office on some of the more local law enforcement issues. But I told them that we appreciated the response and look forward to hearing any updates they can give us. But I did get that phone call late last week.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Likewise, I received a call from Senator Lummis's office yesterday indicating that they had received the letter and that they had reached out to Secretary Haaland, not been able to get a response from the Department of Interior on that request. I suggested that they perhaps reach out to some of the staff that we met with when Secretary Holland was visiting Wyoming and try to come in using that venue on the approach that we done. And they was going to coordinate with Senator Barrasso's office and try and do that. So that's my
Okay.
report.
Thank you. Along those lines, on our agenda, we also have the Attorney General's Office Division of Victim Services, the Tribal Victim Service Unit. We invited BIA, Wind River Agency Law Enforcement, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Did any of you want to provide updates on this particular topic? We've got, I know Ms. Chambers here. And welcome, and we'll start anew. I did get a text from Representative Blackburn. He wanted us to record our votes on the mic. So Representative Blackburn and those listening, on the last vote we took, I believe Senator Case was the only no on the bill, and then Representative LeBeau was excused. The rest were ayes. With that, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Kara Chambers. I'm the Director of the Division of Victim Services at the Wyoming Attorney General's Office. At your last meeting, I was asked by Senator Case whether or not there are best practices for investigating sexual assault, not just in the state of Wyoming, but nationally. And so I have provided material to LSO that you hopefully have. One is a PowerPoint, but I don't know if that's able to be pulled up or even necessary to be pulled up. But if you perhaps you could, Ms. Jarvis, you could tell me what tab it's under for them. Yes, okay, you have it. Thank you. I wanted to just briefly walk you through, and I won't take too much time. There is some information just about our office for your edification that what we do is, you know, we administer crime victims compensation, we manage state and federal funds, we monitor our 61 local programs for compliance, and we provide outreach education and create a statewide assessment for implementation plan for victim services. So in our state, we have 23 domestic violence sexual assault providers. So that's one in each county. 6 of those programs are what we call dual DVSA victim witness. So they work with all crime. We have 12 victim witness programs in prosecutors' offices, 11 in law enforcement agencies, and 2 independent victim witness programs. That's in Goshen and Teton County, but they are affiliated with law enforcement. We have 6 CASA, which is court-appointed special advocates for children. We have 3 child advocacy centers who would be doing forensic interviews on child sexual assault victims. We have 2 funded SANE programs. Those are sexual assault nurse examiners. There are more across the state. Those just happen to be the 2 that we fund at Ivinson and Cheyenne Regional. We have a victims liaison at the Department of Corrections. And we also help fund Equal Justice of Wyoming, which provides civil legal assistance to indigent individuals. I've also provided you a list of the law enforcement agencies that we fund positions within, just for your information. And another slide are some of the independently funded programs. So while they might not be on our list, both Campbell County, Converse, Natrona, the DA's office, have victim witness programs that would work with sexual assault victims as well. And then our federal counterparts with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Eastern Shoshone Victim Services, the FBI, and the F.E. Warren Air Force Base also has a program. And then, of course, the much talked about but yet to be hired BIA victim specialist. Beyond that, I just want to make you aware of what we, meaning the Division of Victim Services, have supported as far as law enforcement training. We routinely scholarship for law enforcement prosecutors' offices and victim services providers across our state to attend the annual End Violence Against Women International conference. And so that was actually developed by law enforcement. So a sergeant in San Diego worked with victims and saw a critical need for training law enforcement in how to investigate sexual assault and domestic violence. She found that criminal justice practitioners simply did not have the training and support they needed to conduct thorough investigations. And so that End Violence Against Women International was created to fill that void. There's a lot more information that I've provided that I won't go into, but I will let you know that historically we have scholarshiped several individuals. That's on a page on your slide, whether it be law enforcement, SANE nurses, or prosecutors, and we continue to do that. In fact, we recently put out the solicitation for the 2023 EVAWE, as I call it, conference, where we will scholarship up to 10 individuals or more. We also sent the link where EVAWE themselves will scholarship law enforcement to receive this training. The feedback we've had from law enforcement is that it's been invaluable. That it's really an amazing resource. They hold their conferences again annually, and they have apparently booked it at least 10 years out, because the slide shows all the way into March of 2032. So, the other training that I wanted to highlight that was really well received was from the Southern Police Institute, and that's out of Louisville, Kentucky. And we were able to scholarship 4 law enforcement participants. We could have sent more, but again, sometimes I reference the leading a horse to water. You know, we try to send as many as we can who are interested, and quite frankly have, you know, can take some time so that they can go and get this training. But that was another opportunity that we provided in 2019. They had paused in-person trainings for 2 years because of the pandemic, but they have reinstated those. And so those SPI scholarships are something that my office tries to make sure that law enforcement entities are aware of and can take advantage. In fact, there's another training in February of 2023 and in May of 2023. And with
Madam
that,
Chairwoman?
yes. Senator Case,
Well, I'm not sure, do you want to, I think she just finished, actually.
I paused.
Okay.
You're fine.
Do you
Senator
want
Case?
questions as we go along? Is that okay?
Senator Case, if you'd like to ask a question, you
Yeah.
bet. Yeah.
So with regard to sending people to these trainings, I note that if I'm reading this right, one of them is from Riverton, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But BIA officers, would they be part of this training, or could they be part of this training, or who investigates these that we were? It
Matt-
seems like BIA was a big part of it.
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Senator Case, any law enforcement agency that is willing, we will scholarship. I can't speak to BIA's internal policies, whether or not they would allow their officers to receive a scholarship, but I'm not aware of any barrier for that. I will note that Ms. Janes Towers here is from Victim Services on the reservation, and she might be able to answer questions more specific to what sort of training or what sort of best practices she sees. But with that, you know, I will just say I've also provided model policy. So there, I guess what I felt the committee was asking me is what resources are out there, and is there model policy? And the answer is a definitive yes.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. And so as I see these resources that are available, and then I go back to some conversations that I've had in Fremont County, some which you participated in. Do we have deliverables so that if you've got these resources in a county, what are they doing? Because what I've heard in some of the conversations is perhaps we have school resource officers who do not have the training, who are working with children. And I think we also heard a concern about interviewing children, not having the qualifications, but yet it appears we have within your division, people that have that expertise that could perhaps assist. But I'm led to believe from conversations that people aren't aware that they exist and that could participate. And then as I have continued on and had conversations with other state agencies like Department of Family Services and see how they coordinate their child protection efforts with schools, that there's kind of a gap in this area, but it appears that we have resources available. So what do we do to make sure those resources are being utilized?
Sure.
If we could.
Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, Co-Chairman Larson. So if I could solve all of this, I'd put myself out of a job and I'd be very happy to. But what I think the gap is just awareness of making sure. So to answer your question, there are absolutely best practices on how to handle sexual assault investigations, that involve children. And there are resources out there. So we mentioned we fund 3 child advocacy centers that conduct forensic interviews of child sexual and physical abuse victims. Using a trained and certified forensic interviewer is absolutely best practice. Some law enforcement agencies do have in-house expertise. DCI, for example, has Special Agent Juliette Fish, who is well-trained in how to conduct child forensic interviews and works closely with her entire division, and particularly the Internet Crimes Against Children division, to conduct those. So as far as deliverables, I think it would be to make sure that law enforcement agencies are aware that there are funds available to cultivate that in-house expertise on how to conduct a thorough investigation of sexual assault and how to do that in the best way possible to minimize impact to victims.
So then, as I look at this, Karen, see on the page that says law enforcement-based victim witness assistance programs, and you have Fremont County. So am I accurate in assuming that there is expertise in the Fremont County Sheriff's Office that could train other law enforcement agencies on victim and witness assistance stuff?
Ms. Chambers?
Or does the training come from someplace else?
Madam Chair, Representative Larson. Usually there's many number of ways that law enforcement can receive training. And I will tell you, once upon a time, media and Tennessee Watson was actually did a data request to the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board to try to find out definitively what sort of sexual assault investigation training law enforcement across Wyoming had obtained. And it was such a large request that it was really hard to nail down, because to the agency, they can choose whatever certified training they sponsor for their agents. And, we have Highway Patrol here who can speak to their own personal experience. But what I can say for Fremont County, most specifically the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and Riverton PD and now Lander PD, is that they have funded positions from our office. And I know definitively that Riverton PD has made extensive use of scholarships to EVAWI. They are a big supporter of EVAWI, and most of their officers at one point or another have received training over the years through End Violence Against Women International. But again, it's upon the agency to find, what they would like to support, what they'd like to send, and to find value in having well-trained officers to do these investigations.
So I'm just trying to connect the dots to fill the gap. And so when we're meeting with a superintendent in one of the school districts that tells us that their school resource officers who happen to be part of one of the police departments that have witness assistance programs, tells us that their school resource officers do not know how to handle these. What I'm trying to so then what value is this assistant program in these counties if they're not getting this out?
Ms. Chambers, Chairman Ellis, Co-Chairman Larson, to the individual, I was just commenting that if I could mandate empathy, I would. I can't. To the level, there are resources out there. Whether or not identifying these gaps, I really do usually require someone like a superintendent to come to us and say, you know what, I don't think, our SRO has all the training. What can I do? And so what I do almost day in and day out as director is just try to connect those dots for people, to let them know that there are these resources out there, that we can get them trained. Also in our office is the Safe to Tell program, which is the school-based tip line. And that's one of the ways that we try to connect to make sure, and one of the reasons they ended up being housed in victim services, because there's a huge overlap. And to make sure that we try to connect those dots. And so maybe it's not an SRO who admittedly might be out of his or her depth with talking to a child who has disclosed maybe sexual or physical abuse in the home, to make sure that while that individual officer might not be a subject matter expert on how to conduct a child forensic interview, that they can get that child to someone who is. And so I really do think the best thing that my office can do is have these conversations, make sure that as many people out there know. And so how I utilize our 61 funded programs is we will blast that information to those subrecipients. And so when they're housed in the sheriff's office, when they're housed in the police departments, when they're housed in the county attorney's office, that they can let, the people that they know who might want to avail themselves of that training, or even identify particular agents who maybe strongly get voluntold to attend certain training. That's the best way we know how to disseminate that information. But yeah, I mean, there has to be some initiative from the officer and the agency itself. They have to make this a priority. They have to see that there is a better way to go about investigating sexual abuse, whether it be an adult or a minor.
Thank you.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I'm reminded as we sit here of how we got to this discussion. It was probably more than anything else was that moving testimony of that young woman that addressed our last committee, who described her efforts on the reservation to try to get to feel supported and protected, really. And that the reason this was such a concern was that based on this woman's experience and the fact that many other women and girls and maybe boys too, it's probably is, feel that they cannot talk about this, or that they can't make a report, or that if they do make a report to law enforcement, they're victimized again. We all know that this is a statewide problem, but it has particular poignancy on the reservation, where we at least anecdotally think there is a very large amount of sexual assault and other abuse that goes unreported. It's anecdotal, but it connects into the missing people. It connects into the whole way of life out there, and you have people that are terrified. And so this committee was actually criticized for, it was suggested in a newsletter from like a Riverton nonprofit that we actually were not doing anything about the problem. But it's like, my gosh, trying to get this training and protection for these people is really important. And I'm just not feeling that, I'm not sure how we get there. But if we're supporting the BIA folks to get there, or we could potentially support them, or I'm really frustrated about this one. I'm not sure how this bureaucratic talk is getting us to helping these young people, and not always young people on the reservation, that are victims. Man, I need to know more. What can we do?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So if, Madam Chairman, and I apologize for just this is just reporting back to the committee after that testimony of the last one, following up with, and this relates to this conversation, and it relates to not having the ability to get law enforcement to the letters we sent to our congressional delegations. When I checked with the FBI, I was able to visit with one investigator who says that he currently has 25 sexual assault cases that he's investigating, and could have significantly more than that. He can't handle that. And so embarrassingly, he says he has to prioritize. And so when we hear that testimony at our last meeting on frustration that it doesn't move forward, it's because of this. We don't have enough resources to do that, which goes back to the letter that we're sending in trying to head this off somehow. So I completely agree with Senator Case and Chairman Ellis, the stuff that you pointed out, and I appreciate what we're doing. We're just, so that's just updating, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers.
If I may. What I would like to do now is pass the mic over to Ms. Jane Tower, who works on the reservation with victims, because she is uniquely situated to give you a better picture of what is actually happening. And while we can't wave a magic wand, educating oneself about the issues and trying to brainstorm is maybe all we do. Is we have these conversations out in public. and the courage of Ms. Swallow to come here and say, please help us. I think we're doing things. That letter is doing things, and hearing and educating oneself will make a difference. So I would like to pass it over.
Welcome, and please, I didn't catch your last name.
That's okay. My name is Kimber Janes Tower, Janes Tower. If I may share my screen, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the program that we have. Is that okay?
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. So first off, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself so you know a little bit of my history and my expertise in this field. I started in 2015 as a volunteer domestic violence and sexual assault adult and child advocate. I responded on scene to domestic violence and sexual assault scenes when they were secure. I also assisted with developing a child advocacy program. That program eventually outgrew the adult domestic violence and sexual assault agency it was under, so I transitioned it with a team over to its own standalone child advocacy center. I was the founding executive director of that child advocacy center. I was also the primary forensic interviewer, and I have been a trained forensic interviewer since 2016. I have a bachelor's degree in multidisciplinary studies with a certificate in applied leadership, and my master's degree is in public administration with an emphasis in organizational leadership. As I said, I am a trained forensic interview. I have been directly involved with over 700 child forensic interviews. I am a state and national trainer, and I have served as a board member in the state I was at previously. Additionally, I am a prior child and a current adult, which matters because what we're talking about today impacts those populations. I know that you're probably aware of what victims advocates do, but I just wanted to go over some of the things that victims advocates can do. Some of the primary purposes that we serve is to do crisis intervention, emotional support. We assist with crime victims compensation applications and moving through that process. We assist victims and their family members as they submit statements to the court. We help intervene with landlords, creditors, educators, and employers. We give information on crime prevention. We assist with victims' funerals or memorial arrangements. We assist with safety planning and navigating the medical system. We also sometimes assist with victimizations that involve mass violence, which is something I also have experience with. So just some disclosure data for you to be aware of. When victims are referred to a child advocacy center, so your minor victims, 44.5% of children were found to have a credible disclosure capable of standing up in court. 6.8% of child victims disclosed to law enforcement. It's very important to know that 4 to 8% of child sexual abuse reports are fabricated, and this includes victims who say that nothing happened. This is a lower instance of false reporting than other types of crime reports. Now, one of the first things I did when I came to Wind River Family and Community Healthcare Systems, which is where I work, is we developed a data system. Something that is unique to our victim service program is that we do not focus on the criminal justice model. We focus on the public health model. It is our understanding that abuse is one of the greatest risks to the health of not just individuals, but a population. So we understand that we work closely with law enforcement, and the criminal justice model is crucial, of course, but we are focused on the healing of victims. As I said, one of the first things that I focused on when I came here in late May of 2022, so I've only been here about 5 months, is gathering a good data tracking system so we could get a better understanding beyond the anecdotal information I had been receiving, but the hard numbers of what is actually happening. This system was actually put fully online in July. So the data I have is for July to September of 2022. Pardon me. In that time frame, the victim services team worked with 49 victims. 17 of those were new in that quarter. 29 of those individuals were in transitional housing. The age range of those victims is 7 to 59 years of age. The types of victimization included sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect, witness to violence, child sexual exploitation, and runaway or missing. The law enforcement interactions that we have documented is 1. The total encounters or service contacts, and that includes assisting victims with emotional support, material needs, transitional housing, and so on, was 2,761 contacts in that quarter. Some of the services that are available to our community partners is multidisciplinary team training and facilitation, training specific to law enforcement, prosecution, child protection and victims advocacy for all team members, individualized training and support when requested, mental health support in order to mitigate secondary trauma, PTSD, and compassion fatigue in our frontline responders, legal advisor consultation, and access to real-time data that is specific to their jurisdictions. The victim services that we offer at this time is a crisis line. We're working on getting that crisis line out there into the community more. Again, I've only been here about 5 months, so it's a little bit slow taking off, but we're getting there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Co-Chair?
What is a crisis line?
A crisis line is typically a hotline that people can call and say, I have a question about this. I have concerns. I don't know how to report a crime, or I need help.
And that is, that's available 24/7.
Correct.
Right? And is operated on the reservation? Where is that operated? Who runs the hotline?
Miss
The-
James Tower.
Thank you. The advocate on call has the crisis line and they answer that phone line. So we have someone assigned who is on call 24 hours a day. Yes, sir. Thank you. We respond on location, secure locations only to respond. We give information and referrals to other community members. In essence, we do a warm handoff. There are some forms of victim advocacy that my team is not fully prepared to take. We need to hand those off to other experts at this time.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
You reference a team. How many people do you have working with you?
I currently have, and I'll get to that in a minute, but I currently have, I believe, 6 online and we are hiring 3 more.
Follow up. Continue.
Thank you. We provide personal advocacy. We can accompany to law enforcement interviews, exams, meetings, and so on. Something that's important to know is we're able to help provide some of those services too. We offer emotional support and we offer referrals to individual counseling, support groups, and traditional healing services. Some of the other services that Wind River Cares has is emergency shelter. We have transitional shelter for children through Sacred Child. We can assist with relocation. We can offer in-person support with civil and criminal justice system needs. We have brought on a legal consultant and she is available to offer consultation and assistance to victims and to our frontline responders. We offer material support such as food, clothing, personal hygiene items. We can assist with safety planning, education, and awareness within the community.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Tell me about relocation.
Relocation. One example is if you have somebody who's been trafficked, they may need to go to a safer place or go to a facility that can help them work through and process their trauma. We can assist with getting resources to get them there. One resource we have right now that's very useful is the Idaho Anti-Trafficking Coalition. They are able to connect with us, develop the safety plan, and ensure that we're able to make that transport secure.
Follow up, Ms.
Follow up.
Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tower. How about victims of abuse that maybe aren't safe back in their residence? Do you assist in relocating those?
Miss
Yes.
James Tower?
Yes, sir, we can. Something about the standards of our services. Now, I want to be very clear. I've only been here 5 months, but the planning that has gone into this victim services program started well before I arrived in Wyoming. They have been planning and building this program since 2017 through Wind River Cares. My CEO, Richard Brannon, has been spearheading this program for years. Some of our standards are that our victims advocates will work towards becoming credentialed through the National Advocate Credentialing Program. Our child advocacy services will strive to meet national best practice standards as per the National Children's Alliance. An important fact that's already been brought up is that we have 3 CACs in Wyoming. We fully intend to be the 4th accredited CAC. In the United States, only 3 CACs are tribal accredited child advocacy centers. And again, we intend to be the 4th. We will receive additional support that will be provided through the National Native Children's Trauma Center and Unified Solution. And we will continue to assess our program standards to ensure that we are following evidence-based practices and adjusting as the science and data shows a better way to do our job. Simply put, what we were trained to do 10 years ago is not necessarily good science today. We must continually be bettering ourselves to serve victims. Now I want to tell you about the Prevention Through Intervention Campus. This is where we provide these services. The Prevention Through Intervention Campus, or for short, we call it the PTI, was developed as a one-stop shop for victim services. We have trained advocates who assist victims who need access to material items, behavioral health, medical, transitional, and criminal justice services. The PTI sits on a 52-acre campus, and that's where we house our Child Advocacy Center, the Youth Assessment Center, the Family Justice Building, and a sweat lodge that is currently being built. Our future plans include an education center, a therapeutic group home, transitional housing, and a medical facility. Our current on-site staff size is 6, and we are still filling 3 additional positions. We have additional team members through Wind River Cares. That includes our medical team. We have some trained, sane medical professionals, and we have our behavioral health team, and we have our legal advisor.
Mr. Co-Chair?
So where's the campus? Is it in town by your,
It's right outside town, the reservation, so we're out on the res a little bit. You have the casino right here. And if you look to the,
where the group home was at?
it might be, you'll see a
Yeah.
big red building on the hill.
Yeah.
I'm not great at directions yet in
Yeah.
Wyoming. I apologize.
And that's the children's group home there, right?
No, Sacred Child is located elsewhere.
So that's different. Okay.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
I'm trying to be clear.
Senator Case?
Is this this would be on the east side of the highway on the same side as Beaver Creek Housing?
Correct.
And so this was a facility that was originally built possibly for child detention, is that right?
Miss Jane's Tower.
It was built for that.
Yeah, we know the place. We've been there.
Okay,
Okay, please continue.
yes, it has.
And so
changed.
that's there's 52 acres there and plans to develop that into a complex. Is that what I'm understanding?
Miss
Yes,
Jane's
sir.
Tower. We're just
Thank
going to
you.
get this back. All righty, please continue with your presentation.
Thank you. This is the PTI building. The picture I've taken here shows you the Youth Assessment Center side. When I arrived, we made some shifts to what this would look like. So one side of this building is the Youth Assessment Center. This is not a building meant to detain people. It is meant to keep people out who might harm victims. So this side of the building, and I'll show some pictures of the interior on this side in a moment. It was built when a child is removed from where they are and we need to determine transitional housing for them. They can stay in our building up to 72 hours. During that time, we do some assessment work. There may be a forensic assessment done. There would be our medical team and our behavioral health team there to assess the needs of this victim. And hopefully our law enforcement and NADFS would be involved with that is the goal. This part of the building is not yet fully online. I want to ensure that we have everyone fully trained and we are meeting best practice standards as closely as we can beforehand.
Mr. Co-Chair?
So the laws or rules governing how the 72 hours is that a tribal law and order child protective component? Is that something that is adopted by Wind River Cares? Tell me how you come up with those times. Then or is it state statute that you're trying to comply with? Then you mentioned involving NADFS, but so does that mean Eastern Shoshone DFS can't participate?
Miss Jane's Tower?
Eastern Shoshone would absolutely be welcome to participate. I just cannot speak for them.
Okay.
I can only speak for my employer. And what we are trying to meet is national best practice standards. And part of that is advising with our legal counsel to ensure we are meeting any federal or state statute and ensuring that we are staffed with people who are fully trained to handle the needs that these victims may have. There's another side of this building that is online right now, and that is the Child Advocacy Center. So the Child Advocacy Center has a forensic interview room in place. We have conducted forensic assessments for medical and behavioral health evaluations. As I said before, I am a trained child forensic interviewer. We also have a therapy dog who is training currently That's him right there. I did not bring him today. Quigley. He's a good boy. So we have area there for group and we have area there for individual counseling. We have a second forensic interviewer who is actually training this week. This is inside the Youth Assessment Center. As you can see, some of these rooms are a little softer and some of them are equipped if we have some higher needs or concerns. Again, as we get our medical team online, we will open up this part of the building. We do have a medical room within our building, which is where we will conduct forensic exams or exams that are needed to gather evidence.
Ms. James Tower, so when you're talking about collecting that, is it physical evidence that you're capable of collecting or interviews and more verbal evidence?
All of the above.
Okay, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, this is a piece that I'm very excited about. This is our mobile unit. This is not here yet, but when it arrives, it is set up for, it's our sexual assault unit. And we will be able to take it on scene, whether it's to the hospital or it's a different secure location. It has a medical room, it has a forensic interview room, and it has space for advocacy work. So this is something that, again, is not available yet. COVID slowed it down a little bit, but I am really looking forward to trying to drive this thing when we get it here. So any questions at this time?
Questions from committee members? Senator Case?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ms. James Tower, how, are you working with BIA law enforcement now? And how is that relationship? And would the idea be that you would be involved in their investigations, hopefully, or not? Or is this separate? How's that connected?
Ms. James Tower?
So national best practice standards are that victims advocates are working with law enforcement from the onset of an investigation, not halfway through, because some victimizations are not criminal, but the victim still needs advocacy and support services. With that said, speaking to your first question, I am aware that my colleague has been in contact with the BIA prior to my arrival. At this time, I have not seen any reciprocal contact from them. So I think that would be a question better asked of BIA.
Follow-up question. If it's sexual assault, though, then it's FBI, is that right? Or have you had any outreach to the FBI?
We have had some contact with the FBI. We enlisted our legal advisor to help us develop a better, more consistent manner of communicating with them and ensuring that victim services are equitably provided to every victim.
Can
Follow-up, Senator Case?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you going to ask another follow-up? But I'd like a follow-up. Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So we had this meeting at our last meeting, and this young woman came and described the victimization that goes through when you interact with law enforcement, current practice on the reservation, and really kind of the social norms. It wasn't just law enforcement. I don't want to just to pick on law enforcement, but kind of the social normalization on the reservation being anti-victim. And it was very moving. I don't know if you get a chance to review that. It's actually, and so that's why this became, I think, a committee topic that we became really interested in the best practices. And so all of a sudden we find out you're here and you seem to be like a miracle worker doing the best practices. I mean, I had no idea, and you're right where you need to be in all this. But yet at the same time, it sounds like you're there, but you're not necessarily working with law enforcement on the reservation at this time yet, or you haven't been embraced by it. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. And that seems like such a shame. How can we move this to the next step? You're there with resources. There is need. Where do we go from here to make this happen?
Ms. James Tower?
My simple statement would be, sir, hold our feet to the fire. Require that we work together and ask us for updates so we can tell you how it's going. Ask us to work together to meet best practice services for every single individual.
Mr. Co-Chair?
I'd like to fish a little further and see on victims having, it sounds like you have temporary housing or crisis shelter. And we know that that's a real problem around the state and in Fremont County. And so how many beds do you have available? Do you find those full? How long what's your plan when a victim comes into that type of shelter? How long can they stay? What's the plan to move them through, get them stable?
Ms. James Tower.
So there's two distinct populations we're speaking of here. So if I may, I'll lead with the child population. Through Wind River Cares, we have Sacred Child, and I believe we are at capacity around 18. I might be off by a number there. So those children can stay there for an extended period of time, but obviously that is not ideal. So from there, what you're looking for is foster homes, and more specifically, we are frequently looking for therapeutic foster homes. So that's that piece there. And I will say right now, one of your gaps in services is we need more foster homes, specifically therapeutic foster homes. We need training, we need community engagement, because those children should not have to grow up in a group home. Speaking to adult, right now, I believe everyone is aware that we do not have a functional shelter at this time. I understand that efforts are being made to get that up and running again. So at this time, we typically use hotels, and we help people find their relatives and see if we can help them to get safe that way. That is not a good long-term solution. There is a shelter that is being developed on the reservation by a local faith community. I believe their name is Foundations for Nations. I do not know fully about them, and I would recommend you speak to them directly, but I do know they are striving to meet national best practice standards. Yes, sir.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you. So help me with this. I have two questions. So are you working closely with law enforcement
No.
right now?
No.
And then my follow-up is, what do you believe the reason is why you're not?
Ms. James Tower.
Typically, the way these cases move is law enforcement needs to tag us in, for lack of a better term. We need them to request our assistance. We cannot force our way into an investigation. Therefore, I am unable to assist unless I'm asked.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Ms. James Tower. How about schools? Are you working with the schools? And if not, why?
Ms. James Tower.
We are working with the schools. Since school started, we have had several of the schools reach out to us asking for assistance, and I have reached out to them when we had children who had educational needs. It has been a very positive relationship, and I expect it to expand further. Last week, in fact, I sat through a meeting with some of my colleagues, and we discussed setting up regular meetings within the school districts.
Okay. Please proceed. Do you have any more slides you wanted to cover?
I do not.
Okay. Senator Case.
Maybe at the end of this, this topic, we could talk about steps we could take to maybe encourage cooperation.
Thank you. And maybe that's a good question for you to ask right now. And I think the thing we struggle with is staying in our lanes. We hear that from time to time, not only as a legislator, but as legislative body, but as a state. And so there are a lot of solutions I know that need to come from at the tribal, local level, at the federal level, but there is this place for the state, as you mentioned, off reservation, shelters, impacts. So that's, I think, why we're here, is figuring out how we can support our tribal partners, and to the extent, if our federal partners need to be doing more, what our asks are. You know, certainly we're not shy when it comes to writing letters and advocating. So I think that's something that I'm sitting here thinking about and kicking around in my mind. But do you have any specific suggestions of how the state, the county, local cities surrounding the reservation can support your efforts?
I would need some clarification. Are you asking that question as in just simple support, or something that you're looking at legislatively?
I think broadly.
Okay. I think there's several different ways. Again, I would return to holding our feet to the fire is simply checking in, asking questions. being unafraid of those difficult answers and being willing to have hard conversations with us. I believe we need to speak more to survivors of this abuse in a place that is safe for them, so they can tell us what their experience was and we can learn better how to support them. I have grave concerns that we are not providing equitable victim services in the state of Wyoming.
Oh, can you elaborate on that?
Some of the things I have noticed, and again, I don't have enough data to give much other than my own personal perspective, so please take it with a grain of salt. But on more than one occasion, I've reached out for assistance and I've been told, well, it's tribal, there's nothing I can do. I don't believe that is true. We can all do more.
Thank you. Senator Case?
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just thinking out loud with you, I like the feet to the fire thing. I like kind of a lot of things. Seems like if we joined with our sovereign tribal leadership, and for example, what if the business councils and this committee were to support a mutual kind of resolution or something to get BIA law enforcement to use you more? That seems like, I mean, we could do that and do that gently, and we have the superintendent of the BIA here, and a former man connected with law enforcement, kind of ask how we could do that, maybe ask for a report at a future date, and include the business councils. I'm sure that they would share our hope for this. And that sounds like one thing we could do, and without being too heavy-handed and make enemies. We're not trying to tell them how to do their business, but this seems like something that's missing. And when the officer was testifying at our last meeting, I could feel his frustration. I think they would welcome the assistance, welcome the ability. But that's the kind of the official front line. Second thing that I see a great need for is there are already victims out there. They've had the experience with law enforcement. It was obvious from the woman that testified at our last meeting that she could benefit from services of your organization within the law enforcement framework or completely devoid of a law enforcement framework. And I wonder if that might be a possibility to get help to people that need it, is to just publicize your services as being available to victims, even though it's not part of the official investigation or the official BIA efforts. That's two different avenues. I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Ms. James Tower?
I agree with you. We absolutely can help someone outside of that scope, specifically if the victimization happened some time ago, or perhaps it's not criminal, such as emotional, spiritual, or financial abuse. We can absolutely assist them. To be clear, if it is a minor, we have to follow state statute, and we all know that is a very specific track. So there is a little less leeway there. Having said that, we are working to get our information out there. One thing I must pay attention to is the safety of my team. So that is another reason why it is useful for law enforcement agencies to be the ones who connect victims to us, simply for the safety of those who provide the services and the safety of victims who come to us.
Representative Larson?
So I want to go back to the team, because I heard you say your team was on phone.
Mhm.
So how are you worried about them being jeopardized?
I am not with the crisis line. I'm absolutely great with that, going far and wide.
Okay.
Additional questions? I think we're scratching the surface of something here, and more thinking to do. I certainly have a lot more thoughts. But we also have a representative here from Wyoming Highway Patrol, Major Germain. Would you like to address this body on this topic?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Case, Senator Salazar, Major Carl Germain from the Wyoming Highway Patrol. With our troopers, we do provide mandated training for them in the interdiction of protection of children. So they are trained to identify indicators of people who are being trafficked, victims of sexual abuse, and anything in between that would happen with the smuggling of a human beings on Wyoming's highways and roadways, and that training is extended to the troopers in the Riverton Lander area as well. If our troopers do encounter someone that is being trafficked or a victim of sexual assault, they are trained to work with DSF, our victim services coordinators, as well as local law enforcement in that area to when we would make sure that the victim is safe and hand the investigation over to an agency that's probably better equipped to handle a sexual assault or kidnapping case. Our troopers don't have training to do follow-on investigations, although they are statutorily allowed to do that. We just don't have the resources in our mission. Technically isn't that at this time. Regarding to troopers that are around the Indian tribes up in the Wind River area, they are all BIA certified, or they have to be BIA certified. That requires them to go through a full background and then a Department of Justice certification process where they go through training, and then they hold the federal credentials to enforce federal law. However, with the troopers, if they identify a person that has been abused from sexual assault, it's typically passed off to the FBI or working with the BIA law enforcement. That certification, again, you have to take a test. It's Department of Justice certified, and it does give them the ability to enforce federal statute within the tribal boundaries. On top of that, something else that we're looking at rolling out additionally within the Highway Patrol is training specifically on sexual assault, in making our officers more aware of what victims go through and what that actually pertains to. So that is some upcoming training that we are trying to provide to our law enforcement personnel within the Highway Patrol. And then something else on top of all of that is with the victim witness coordinators for each county. Part of an onboarding process when you get to your local area is you're introduced to the victim coordinator, and we tend to work with them very well, not just in human trafficking cases, but also with anything vehicle related, whether it's a bad crash, vehicle or homicide, and stay in close contact with that coordinator throughout the duration of a case if there is criminal prosecution.
Questions for Mr. Major Jermaine? Senator Case.
I'm actually really impressed with our troopers, and the fact the last time we talked about this, there were troopers that didn't have the enhanced training and the BIA certification. So I'm really proud of you guys. I think that's really good. Kind of wish our deputy sheriffs could do the same thing. That would be really cool, closing the loop.
Okay, committee members, I want to apologize to everyone. It is 11:12 and I was not looking at my agenda carefully. We have one more agenda item before we break for lunch, and we're going to tour some areas around campus for the committee. And I don't want to keep those people held up. So we're supposed to start that in 15 minutes. So I think we'll be late doing that. However, I don't want to leave this topic. It's an important one, but I just want to apologize. I should have been managing our time a little bit better as a committee this morning. Senator Case.
Well, Madam Chairwoman, I think you're doing great, actually. So maybe what we could do is when we get to the end of the meeting, we can talk about some next steps, but there are folks that might have input on this, the Tribal Business Council representatives, Mr. Shakespeare, and just how we could be more positive about getting groups together. And I kind of like the idea of holding to the fire, asking for a report, wondering if they ask them as a courtesy to contact each other, and maybe flesh that out through the afternoon and do it before we leave.
Sounds good. So we do have time for public comment, but unless there are any other questions from committee members for our panelists, thank you for being with us. We have on our agenda listed, BIA, Wind River Agency, law enforcement. I don't see Chief Blackburn here, but I do see our superintendent. Superintendent, you're welcome to offer some remarks if you'd like. And if you don't, that's fine as well. Is there anyone on the public who would like to comment on this topic? Is there anyone online? No one is registered online, and I don't see any hands up. Okay, with that, Senator Case, did you want to close the loop on this, or?
Well, my proposal is that the committee kind of draft a positive letter that would encourage, and we kind of include the business councils, and we'd include the BIA's office, and include law enforcement on the Wind River Reservation. We'd include Mr. Brannon, and, you know, just kind of a general thing, say, hey, we'd like to have an ongoing monitoring of this. We're hoping we can get more services for victims on the reservation. We're wondering if you guys might hold a meeting or get together and then report back to us. You know, it's just a request, not a mandate, but we're really encouraged to participate if we can, and offer to bring state resources to the table if that's what's needed, and we can. Just something kind of positive to kind of just get it out there where people have to respond to us, and maybe start getting together a little bit more.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Well, I guess my question is would you want to also include the Fremont County Sheriff's Department and local police departments as well? It seems like there's just a lot of interaction, and when we talk about this concern that Ms. James Tower presented, where if it's tribal and they can't do anything to kind of see if we can't file off the rough edges there.
Senator Case?
Absolutely, Mr. Co-Chair. I think that would be excellent. A side idea that's coming about is this is a really important topic, and maybe we could join with all of these entities to actually have a more in-depth look at it outside of the legislative sphere, but maybe we could have a summit on it or something, you know, with all the people involved, kind of down the road. But yes, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, Madam Chairwoman, that's exactly right.
I think Mr. Co-Chair and other committee members will ask LSO to start working on a letter, but I would think, you know, we've received feedback from the business councils, and I think a letter that, you know, they've seen a draft of before we send it to get their feedback. You know, certainly we can't make, we don't set their priority or their agenda item. So we need to know whether or not this is a priority for them as well. So as we're developing this letter, maybe we'll send a draft to both business councils to garner their feedback. And then once we hear from them, and if we don't, that's fine as well. But just to see if we can all start getting on the same page, because I get really frustrated when I hear that too. If it's tribal, there's nothing I can do. That's a very easy approach to a lot of these very difficult problems. And I think when we hear and we have people coming to us asking for help, you know, certainly that's not something I feel comfortable dismissing so offhand without at least trying to make a positive impact. So with that, we're going to move on to our next. So we'll have a letter drafted. It'll be a work in progress. Our committee will take a look at it. We'll send it to the business councils, request their feedback, and then proceed from there. The next item on our agenda has to do with state internet sales tax, a continuation of the conversation we had from our last hearing. We do have two members of our Department of Revenue here, and I'd welcome you. We wanted some additional information and thoughts, and that's why we're here today. And I see Kit Wentland from the governor's office. Thanks for being here as well.
Good morning. Chairman Ellis, members of the committee, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. Thank you for inviting us here today. At the meeting in August, there were several topics that you asked us to research, and we've done so. And Administrator Brett Fanning from the Excise Tax Division will respond to some of those questions. During that research, we also reached out to Kit Wentland with the governor's office, as he has regular conversations with representatives from both tribes, and asked him just for a little bit of history on the cigarette compact and where that stood. As Mr. Fanning and Mr. Wentland provide testimony, and other members of the public, my question for the committee is simply, you know, what direction would you like the Department of Revenue to move in? Would you like us to continue to focus our efforts on online sales that are delivered to citizens that reside on the reservation that are tribal members? Or would you like us to broaden that approach? And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brett Fanning with the Excise Tax Division.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning.
Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of committee, Brett Fanning, Excise Tax Administrator, Wyoming Department of Revenue. Thank you, Director Henson. To that specific point, I was tasked by this committee to do some additional research. And so in the spirit of time, I was wondering if you would like that tailored toward internet sales tax. We also had some collaboration with a bunch of different folks, entities, guidance, research on other issues related to sales tax and the Wind River Indian Reservation. So with that, internet sales tax, Madam Co-Chair.
I'd like to stay focused on internet sales tax for the time being. Thank you.
Madam Co-Chair, it's exactly. A few weeks ago, I was privileged enough to represent the state of Wyoming at the Streamlined Sales Tax Governing Board annual meeting. And that was one of the topics at our last meeting in August, was to highlight some of those points. And so the benefit of going to those meetings in person are some of the impromptu conversations that you can have during breaks. I did realize that there was a member of a very large online retailer that was sitting behind me. So I did have a discussion with that person. There was a conversation about, is it hard for folks to provide an exemption to online retailers? And the representative from this large online retailer basically pointed out that if you were able to have an online account with their retailer, then it was workable to be able to provide an exemption on that same platform. The application, the usability, the feasibility are similar. And so I know that was a topic of conversation, is how hard is it? And that was one thing I wanted to make known when I had the opportunity. And so large online retailers generally have portals where you can submit exemption documentation, including those with tribal entities.
Mr. Fanning, maybe this is a good time, because again, I'm trying to think of the ways that we can be effective within staying in our lanes. We haven't heard from the tribes yet. I think we've got some representatives here, though, who want to speak to maybe that perspective. But I know when we worked on this online and the marketplace bills, there's a requirement that if you meet a certain threshold, so the state of Wyoming is at least aware of who some of those online vendors are. Is there a way through rulemaking that we could at least start monitoring or requiring that they, if we wanted to ever audit them, to say, show us your processes for how you make these exemptions available specifically for tribal members? Like, so we just keep an eye on those people that are doing business in Wyoming, selling their goods in Wyoming online, and that's how we're keeping track of them. So I'm curious about, how many accounts that we have in Wyoming, and just how we maybe include that in some of our auditing functions of who's doing business here. And a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. And I think this goes along with it, because I think the internet sales tax statutes that we currently have identified either by amount or volume, who then has to comply with reporting sales tax, internet sales tax revenue. And so you're saying that within their online portal, if I were ordering a widget from them, that they have the capacity, now I have an account, they have the capacity within that portal to provide an exemption. And I think what you're asking then, Madam Chairman, is maybe the simplest way for us, because we heard last time a little bit that if I were a tribal member living within the geographic boundaries of the reservation, I could apply for and get an exemption if that portal exists. And so is it then reasonable, I think what I'm hearing you say, to ensure that those internet sales providers that fall within that statutory guideline have that portal? Have I got that right?
Yeah, and I think the only clarification I'd add is it's not necessarily they live on the reservation, but their goods are being delivered to an address on the reservation.
Correct.
A little different, but
Yeah.
anyway,
correct.
that, again, I'm just trying to think of how we stay in our lanes and do a better job of monitoring this.
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chair Larson, a lot to unpack in those statements, but I'm going to do my best. So yes, if there is a retailer that does not have a physical location in our state, but they meet certain economic thresholds. So here in Wyoming, that's 100,000 in sales and or 200 separate transactions, they are required to license with us. If they license with us, they fall under the same guidelines for the most part that any brick and mortar retailer would have locally here in Wyoming. They are subject to the same audit requirements. I was an auditor for over 10 years for the Wyoming Department of Audit. And so I know how interesting, difficult it can be to verify those exemptions. So yes, if they are an online retailer, they're subject to the same standards as a brick and mortar store. And that portion also includes the ability to be able to accept exemptions if they do apply.
Mr. Co-Chair?
And I think you answered it. I just need a little more clarity, please. So is our Department of Revenue then requiring these internet sale retailers to provide a portal to determine if an exemption is allowed?
Mr. Fanning?
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chair Larson, the answer to that question, the answer is yes. They are required to have some way to accept exemptions. And generally, if you're a large online retailer, yes, you're going to have this portal. In statute, they are required as a vendor when they license us to be able to have some ability to accept exemption forms. Usually that is an online portal. The biggest companies that you can think of as far as online retailers do have a portal to accept exemptions. That is a functionality of their online website.
Follow up.
So when we looked at our last meeting, and I'm looking for correction here, was we had that form that this compact or association provided, which talked about tribal governments or things that, but didn't talk about individuals. And so is that the type of exemption they would find on the retailer's portal? Or would it be more specific to individuals who are tribal members taking delivery on the reservation?
Mr. Fanning?
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, here's that form that you're referencing. So we are Wyoming is part of the streamlined sales tax agreement. And so whether you are at a brick and mortar location or online, you have to capture the same data elements that are on this form. And so an online retailer is going to have a similar portal to capture these same data elements on it as if I were just going to a store and filled out myself.
Follow up, Madam Chairman.
Follow up.
And so I think we identified last time that list there then is perhaps a little incomplete, because I may look at that and say, I'm not a tribal government. So where do I apply for an exemption? And so the question would be, is there an effort then to add a little more definition to that list so that individuals or whomever would understand that that is applicable to them?
Mr. Fanning?
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, that's a great segue into my next portion of this. At the Streamlined Sales Tax Annual Meeting Governing Board, this exemption certificate was discussed in detail. And so the overall overarching message that I got from that discussion was that this exemption certificate is a template. And there are some states and exemptions on this form that don't apply to Wyoming or don't apply to North Carolina or South Dakota or whichever state it is. There was some discussion where the guidance was updated through the streamlined sales tax agreement to fill this out for any purchaser, not just a tribal entity, based on the state's published guidance. And Wyoming does currently have that. So the answer to your question is there was discussion about updating the form, but at this time, this is a template, a guide, and a tool that's utilized for the exemption.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So then does our state guidance, if that's what they follow, provide for that clarification?
Mr. Fanning?
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, yes, it does. And that was also in the slideshow presentation that I did back in August. I did specifically outline what the state of Wyoming's guidance is.
And then Director Henson?
Madam Chairman, one follow-up that I would like to state is that as far as the vendors making this process fairly easy, keep in mind that the burden is on the vendor. If they make a transaction, if they sell something and they don't collect that sales tax, then they're responsible for showing us why. And so the streamlined sales tax agreement is there to try and make online purchasing for these vendors not as burdensome. And so that's why you've got multiple states using one application for the exemption. But as Administrator Fanning stated, our laws are not exactly the same. So we need that detailed guidance that is Wyoming specific. And while Administrator Fanning is correct, we do have that detailed guidance, but it's a large document. There is a document on our website that helps individuals for all types of exemption answer those questions. I believe it's approximately 18 pages of guidance. So perhaps it's just, perhaps there's a better way for us to deliver the message. And I think that's something that the Department of Revenue will be researching more. So thank you for that.
Okay, that's what we're trying to do it better. Okay, Director Fanning or Administrator Fanning, did you want to continue with your presentation?
Madam Co-Chair, so as far as just internet sales taxability on the reservation, those are my main points. My other directives from the committee were related to corroboration and enrolled versus non-enrolled, and I don't want to stray from that if you would not like me to.
I think we're okay on that. And I sent Director Henson an article that talks about that very issue of who's Indian and who's not for purposes of federal Indian law and what that means. We do have the governor's office here though, and this is probably a good segue to talk about, the governor's office regularly meets with the councils. We've asked you to start trying to see if there's an opportunity. We're aware in South Dakota of relationships between some of their tribes and their state governments on how these specific taxes are collected and then ultimately distributed. So Mr. Wentland, did you have any updates you'd like to provide to our committee?
Thanks, Madam Co-Chair. I have just maybe one or two very short updates. In collaboration with Department of Revenue, we did reach out to both business councils, the Northern Arapahoe Business Council and the Eastern Shoshone Business Council, just to gauge what their thoughts were, what their interest is in this topic and speaking on it, just try to narrow the universe of if there's interest in this broad topic of online sales tax, then what does that mean as an action item? What would that mean as a further discussion? At this time, we've heard from the Northern Arapahoe Business Council that there is a general interest in this area. We haven't gotten more specific than that currently. Speaking with the Eastern Shoshone Business Council, I believe that they have spoken with the Tax Commission and that there is the Wind River Tax Commission is another entity that would have to be communicated with. It sounds like any discussion would require state collaboration with all three entities, of course, and I would defer to each business council and the Tax Commission on the input they would have then on these are the items we're interested in. This is sort of the conversation we'd like to have. I think that that sort of is the next step for determining what the tribes would be open to speaking about. I would, of course, defer to them on that topic.
Thank you. Questions for committee members or Ms. Henson, your microphone's still on. Did you have any other comments you want to make? No. Okay, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So if you wouldn't mind going back to what our state's guidance is for the internet realtors, I was looking to see what that document was that you said you provided last time in your presentation, and I can't find it. Could you just get it to us?
Mr. Fanning?
Madam Co-Chair, Co-Chairman Larson, yes, sir, I can.
Thank you.
All righty, committee members, any other questions? Senator Case?
Just passing on, a friend of mine on the reservation that you would all know, he's just saying, why can't we just do this by zip code? And I suspect it's a lot more complicated than that, and I can think through why it would be, but would someone please just answer that for me?
Ms. Henson? We've talked about this.
Madam Chairman, Senator Case, it is more challenging. You would think it wouldn't be with today's technology. You would think that that would be a fairly easy item. But keeping in mind, first and foremost, it's not just the location of the property, but it's who is the customer. And so that in itself poses a second challenge related to sales. And right now, as we've indicated, right now, we've just got 23 boundaries that we're concerned with related to the collection and distribution of sales and use tax dollars. We do know that we got the municipal option, that's another step in a direction of honing in on specific areas. But I would like to state that there's definite opportunity for us as a state to look at these geographic types of data and see if we can enhance the quality of that. But that in itself, zip code in itself is not sufficient for this type of, and as the chairwoman has stated, it isn't necessarily that it's an exemption, but it's not a taxable event. And how do we identify that it's not a taxable event?
And Madam Chair,
Senator Case?
I just keep coming back, and I want all these big brains out here to be thinking about this in a different way, that rather than trying to thread the needle of who gets charged tax or not, we actually just allow the sharing of taxes with the tribal governments for their programs, and maybe even let them impose their own sales taxes if they want to. And then everybody pays tax. You just might pay a different tax if you're in Lander versus somewhere on the reservation, which would be by zip code. But we quit worrying about the character of the person, but we let the governments participate in the tax revenues like municipalities do, or much similar. And I think that would solve so many problems, as well as give a revenue stream for folks and encourage economic development on the reservation. I just see this as being a much more holistic solution. Anyway, and the same goes with the cigarettes and the compact, kind of do that the same way, but I'll shut up. I just love more brains on this though.
Representative Larson?
Thank you. And tagging on to that, Chairman Hanson and I looked at South Dakota's model, and the various tribes in South Dakota do collect sales tax, but not the same amount of sales tax. And so if you're a remote realtor, you can go onto their site and they've got a GIS program. And if that sales tax falls within the jurisdiction of this reservation, it will tell you how much sales tax is collected for that one. And if it's in this reservation, it may be a different one. So that component is different than zip code, whereas they have a GIS system in place that really does a pretty nice job.
Just a quick comment. I'll make it very quick. So I think that's a very interesting possibility go forwards. There's kind of two things. The first step might be just to share our existing collected sales taxes with tribal governments so that they can use them for what they want, and not worry about everybody would pay the existing state sales tax, but it'd be shared with tribal governments. The second thing is to, this next step further would be that they actually assess those taxes or some component of it. Maybe there's a combination of local and state. I mean, there's a lot that could be done that would recognize sovereignty and recognize the need for government revenues and also reduce the administration problems of a selective exemption or non-taxable sale. So anyway, I hope we keep working on this.
Okay, Director Henson, did you have any more remarks?
Madam Chairman, just Senator Case, to your point, definitely there are opportunities there. Administrator Fanning had some lengthy discussions with South Dakota and how they administer that law. Anytime there are additional requirements on the retailer, because you're right, when we think about those transactions, one here, one there, but when you're talking a significant number of transactions and as a retailer to protect and make sure that I'm working in accordance with statute, how much work is it to go out and do that research? And so there are a lot of things that you have brought up, and certainly the Department of Revenue is open to have those discussions with representatives from both tribes and the Intertribal Tax Commission. I'm really intrigued by the possibility of where this effort could go.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wentland, did you have another comment? I see your mic screen.
Yes, Madam Chairman, if there's time, just Senator, or Madam Chairman, Senator Case, to address your point. I think the one thing the governor's office would like to emphasize that, of course, if the tribes want to have this conversation, we're happy to have this conversation with them. The governor's office would just like to make sure that we hear from the tribes what they actually want on this topic. And I do know, speaking about the tobacco tax compact, the term sheet that we're talking about right now, I don't think there's an interest in pursuing that. From the feedback we've received, I would obviously defer to the tribes. I just think that's an important piece of what do they want on the tax issues that we're talking about. Thank you.
All righty, committee members, thank you. Panelists, we'll move on and see if we've got members from either Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho who would like to speak and address this issue. Councilman Ute, welcome.
Thank you, committee. So this is a complex issue, far beyond one or two meetings. This is going to take probably a lot of collaboration between both tribes, the intertribal and the state, to figure out how this is going to work. It sounds more of like a mechanism solve than it is what like how are you going to collect the tax if it's a possibility. I have to say I do kind of like the idea of sharing tax revenues with the tribes. It does simply, it makes it more simple. However, I think we also need to look at individuals as they're making large purchases. So that brings up another point, and I personally have issue with the delivery part of sales tax. So like, why isn't it not just a point of sale? I can fully buy a car online from my home on the reservation digitally. Why is there sales tax added just because I drove out of state to purchase or pick up a vehicle? There's no exchange of goods or money or funds. I just pick the vehicle up and drive it back, but I'm still charged the sales tax on that vehicle. It just doesn't make sense. And even like I stumped the clerk's office when I was picking up my plates, paying $4,000 sales tax on a vehicle that I purchased from my home, picked it up in Billings that doesn't even have sales tax. I drove it home and then went to get it plated, $4,000 sales tax. And it's that doesn't make sense to me. I also did the same thing, purchasing a large shop heater, a gas heater for $5,000, purchased it from my home, drove to Casper to pick it up, bring it back. Again, sales tax was added onto it. I do get the idea of the streamlined sales tax form. I have a 501c3, which I have to fill that out for retailers, but some retailers don't know what this is. They don't know how to handle it, even though they should. I understand that the large retailers They do understand this. It's a cumbersome process, to say the least. Sometimes some of those retailers will take the streamlined sales tax form, they'll sit on it, and then a week later, then they'll finally say, okay, yeah, this is, and all they'll say is, this is accepted. They won't say you're good to go. They won't say this is when it expires. The other thing is this streamlined sales tax, if we go that route, is it going to have to be updated through the state every year for individuals? Or is the government, how is the tribal government's going to exercise sovereignty within that? Does the government ask the state permission for this exemption? There's a lot of things here that we need to touch on. But I do feel like the best way forward is to just come up with all these options and then present those to the councils. And then we just make a decision from there. We get the tax commission involved because again, that's another component that's going to have to be consulted at some point. So if we can just come up with options, whether it's revenue sharing with the state or whether it's trying to figure out how to exempt all members individually, the government, there's just so much to try to unwrap here. I just feel like all the options that are on the table, let's just bring those out and then try to get that moving forward with the councils.
Thank you. Questions for Councilman Ute? Councilman Ute, Senator Case?
Just want to say, I do think this would be a very long process, but it could be a really mutually beneficial process to everybody. And that in the end, it might not matter who you are, but as much as where you live and who the taxing authority is. And it could just work out to be easier when we get down the road.
Yeah, and another thing, Senator Case, would be maybe the individuals on large purchases, whether, I mean, you can buy a home completely online and have it delivered to you. Maybe these large purchases, the individual then fills this form out and then takes that sales tax right off the top, instead of saying, well, why did I just pay $30,000 worth of sales tax just for the tribe to get the money? Does that make sense? So I think there's a lot of options there. But I think all of those need to be explored. So thank you.
Thank you. So Councilman Ute, I think, my request to you is this, I sit in Cheyenne. If we do nothing, then I really do believe the state is over collecting taxes, sales taxes from tribal members. So if we do nothing, I think that practice continues, and it's up to your individual tribal members to fill out all those forms when they're buying stuff online. And so you guys can try and educate your tribal members on here's how you notify the retailer that this is a non-taxable event. They shouldn't be paying state sales tax. That's one option I see very clearly, is we don't do a whole lot. The other is, as a state, we need to look at what we're capable of. Representative Larson and I met with Director Henson and Mr. Fanning and looked at how, when we enter certain addresses in with certain zip codes, I mean, we've done this exercise. I think in this day and age, we can be doing better as a state of putting a finer point on what's on reservation and what's not. I think we've looked at other states that I think are doing a superior job. Your tribal relations, or excuse me, your TRW committee is looking at how we're improving our GIS mapping, just so we improve our accuracy for things like this. So, I think we as a state need to explore how we can do a better job staying within our lanes of holding our Department of Revenue accountable and trying to put a finer point on holding retailers accountable. But when she says that they don't want to be put on the hook for if they don't collect this tax and then eventually find out they have to, I think that's what's creating a bit of the problem, though, is that it's just easier for them to just collect the tax and not necessarily ask. So anyway, that's an option, as well as we really try and figure out how we can do a better job. But I think what we're looking at with other states does require multi-year conversation and probably something more broad. You mentioned mobile homes and cars, those are taxed a little different, but I think it all kind of falls into the same umbrella of really understanding what's happening out there on the ground. So just know I'm committed to working on this. I care a lot about this issue. I don't like over collecting taxes or collecting taxes we shouldn't be collecting. So just know we'll stay invested in this. And if you can give us more guidance on where your tribe stands, we certainly appreciate it. Does anyone from Northern Arapaho want to speak on this topic? We've got Travis. We've got Senator Case who had another question or comment.
there is just one more point. I mean, we do have our sales tax is constructed with a use tax component too. So even if the tax is not collected and returned to the state, wherever you buy it, the individual still owes it. That's the problem with, that's why you don't get a tax break buying in Billings or Colorado or anything, but there's a lot to that. We all need to talk about it.
Thank you. Our revenue chairman, wise words. Mr. McNiven?
Madam Chairman, Travis McNevin, Northern Apple Business Council. Very similar to Councilman Ute's testimony, the Northern Apple Business Council is certainly grateful that the committee brought this issue up. They certainly believe that additional taxes are being collected on their members currently, and are appreciative of this topic being discussed. They furthermore believe that just the way COVID has changed some buying patterns, that more things are bought online, and with more and more fiber optics and internet services being brought to the reservation, that trend will only continue to go up, that more and more people, tribal members, will indeed buy things online. And so not only are we are they looking at currently those taxes being collected, but that will probably continue to increase with time. The Business Council wants to continue this dialogue, appreciates it, and it is important to them. If I know the time is short, but there's two basic I shouldn't say basic, but there's two broad ways that has been discussed here today. One is on the exempting the individual. The council believes that there are challenges with getting, as you put it just recently, Senator Ellis, to get individuals educated to how they can fill out an online form, or doing all the paperwork to exempt that. The council feels like there are certainly challenges to doing that on the individual side. There's also the large purchases that have been brought up in the point of sale issue that to be looked at. And then the other that Senator Case, has spoke about, alluded to, and that's, working with the Department of Revenue for, some sort of taxes collected from the department to go back to the tribes in some more form or fashion. The council and legal counsel feels like that is probably a more workable model that could be maybe tweaked and based off of maybe the way the gas tax is modeled now, or some dialogue along those lines to avoid or solve the individual challenge of everyone filling out online, and different retailers and different such there. So today we don't have the perfect recommendation. Of course, it is going to be a process, but one the council wants to continue to talk about, look into, and continue to discuss. And so with that, very much appreciative of the effort, bringing this, bringing attention to this, and encouraging the dialogue further, as it is probably a growing issue, and something that will be addressed, and the council is supportive of.
Representative Larson?
Thank you, Travis, but I just would point out or suggest that the challenge with using the gasoline tax model is you're making the assumption that purchase being made within the geographic boundaries of the reservation. And on the challenge that we're trying to get is, how do we identify where those internet retail sales are being made at? And we've got this structural deficiency on being able to identify where the addresses are. If we could, once we get that, then yes, maybe, but I think that's a little bit of an apples and oranges at this point.
Chairwoman, Representative Larson, absolutely. I think it is not a perfect model, and maybe apples and oranges. I think the idea, it was to suggest that there's, ways to try to do that, not to model it specifically after that, as there is obvious impracticalities associated with that, but as an example of a working relationship to return, tax dollars, to the tribes on that. But duly acknowledged for sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Travis. And I would just say, I think why this is important to me is you have these individual tribal members making these purchases. And I'm guessing for the most part, they're small items. Your tax isn't going to be an astronomical amount. Maybe it's $1.50. Why do we have to worry about that? But as you aggregate that and that money grows, then it's real. And every day that Wyoming doesn't figure this out and the tribes don't figure this out, like they're the ones who are paying a tax that they're not supposed to be paying. So, we can kick this off and say, well, we'll touch base again, God willing that I get to be on this committee again, who knows? But, another interim topic for another day. All those months, all those dollars, all those transactions are adding up, and it's, we're not doing our jobs if we don't get something figured out. So we'll revisit this again in the future for sure. I hope.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
With that, is there any public comment on this tax issue? Did anyone sign up online? And I just want to also thank our tax division here. When you said you went to a Streamline national conference, all I could think was, man, you guys must know how to party. It must be a wild conference. So thank you for representing Wyoming at that particular event. We are now going to break for lunch. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. I thought I had invited you up there already. Please, welcome. Welcome.
Good morning. We're the Wind River Tax Commission. My name is Orville St. Clair. I'm the chairman. I represent the Shoshone tribe. Here's two of my colleagues. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Garen Medicine God, tax commissioner for the Northern Arapaho tribe.
Blair Whiteman, commissioner for the Northern Arapaho tribe.
Welcome. And again, my apologies. I thought I had called you and I think I just can't see. So thank you.
We're all getting older. So we're here to address any questions. We were informed by our business councils that you wanted to speak with us. So that's why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. And just maybe refresh our committee's memory. Your organization existed a number of years ago, but then disbanded. And I do recall some discussion about getting a commission reestablished. Can you just maybe tell us a little bit about how that's gone and when you guys have officially reformed?
Sure. So the Wind River Tax Commission was established in 1987. It was a result of 1980. It was an outgrowth of a 1980 oil and gas investigation that happened on the reservation involving 36 of the major oil companies. In 1980, we had no way of actually tracking the production of those companies. And so in 1987, we crafted a tax program that allowed us to monitor the production of the oil and gas companies and also monitor the royalties that were being paid on those leases. So 1987 was when we were created. Of course, in 1980, the oil companies said that we didn't have the sovereign authority to tax. And as you may remember, in 1978, the Per-McGee versus Navajo case was going through the courts. That was decided, I think, in 1984, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood. And because the Shoshone and Arapaho tribes and the Navajo Nation were non-IRA tribes, the United States Supreme Court ruled that the tribes had the full force of enacting taxes. And along with that, I forgot to mention that around 1983 on the Wind River Reservation, there was a court case called Conoco versus Shoshone and Arapaho tribes. And that was in the, I believe, the 10th Circuit at the time. Navajo was decided. And so that made our severance tax on oil and gas production on the Wind River Reservation legal. And so that's really when the tax commission got started, was because of the I bet you that's my phone. I don't, and so to take that a step further, in 1989, there was cases that were paralleling the tribes in that era in the 1980s. It was a real active decade. You had the Bighorn case, which was filed in 1976, was decided in 1989. The state of Wyoming approached the tribes in 1989 and wanted to craft a tax for water deal. And so in 1990, the state of Wyoming was collecting a 6% severance tax on oil and gas production. For that particular year, they abated 4.5%. That equated out to a $5.3 million tax for water deal that was signed with the state of Wyoming and the Shoshone and Arapaho tribes. In that agreement, in that tax for water agreement, there was a provision in there that the state and the tribes will continue in good faith negotiations discussing taxes. And that's why I'm sitting here today. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for that. And then we have two other commissioners. Commissioner, would you like to speak?
I have no comment at this time.
Thank you. And Commissioner Whitman, did you have any comments?
No comment.
Senator Case?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. Well, I'm excited to start talking about these things. I really am. And the tax commission is a perfect place to kind of start and have dialogues and I'm hoping we could, begin to educate ourselves and move forward. And I'm sure the Department of Revenue and the executive branch would be happy to begin talking about a plethora of tax issues. And I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. So Commissioner St. Clair, when the tax commission, as it operates, do you, I'm just trying to understand how the process works. Do you make recommendations then back to the intertribal agency on tax levies? If you should increase or decrease or perhaps impose a new tax, they would then adopt or reject it, and then you would implement that based on that decision. Is that a fair representation of how that works?
Well, actually, how tribal government works is because we're a non-IRA tribe, and that was the issue in Kerr-McGee versus Navajo, whether the tribes could actually afford due process to their taxpayers. And so the separation of powers is the executive branch of the tribal government is the Shoshone and Arapaho tribal councils. We are the legislative branch. We are the commissions. We have a tax commission, environmental commission, water resources control board. Those are the legislative branch of the tribal government. Then you also have the courts, which is the legal portion of the separation of powers for tribal government.
So I'm trying to understand then, and I appreciate how you outline that. If you were going to implement or change a tax on the reservation, how would that process?
First of all, we'd hold hearings. Let me give you an example. In 1987, when the water code was being developed, we passed an interim water code. So you can have an interim tax law and then hold hearings, inform the potential taxpayers of what they'll be encountering. And then after, so it's an interim in the beginning, but then eventually it become tribal law. like the tribal water code.
Senator Case?
It's kind of complicated on the reservation and so sometimes there's a different standard between the two tribes as whether things have to go to the general council or not for affirmation. How would it work with a tax code?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that question. Because under tribal government, because we're a non-IRA tribe, general councils rule. And so the general councils have delegated the authority to the tax commissions or the water board. So to get back to Representative Larson's question, if we were to enact a tax code, it would come from the tax commission.
And then, Mr. Sinclair, just another question. How often are you meeting and how many members and how many commissioners, or is it just the three of you? And I'm just trying to think of the timeline because I don't want this issue to go stale. Like I said, every day that we don't do something, people are making purchases and paying a tax they shouldn't be. So I'm just trying to think of when would be an appropriate time to reach out to your commission and set up a meeting, try and, get us in the governor's office and just keep some momentum and getting that working group going.
Sure, that's probably why you've heard we are just getting back into it's always been there. It's never really was disbanded. As you know, in any kind of government, you're going to get times in your government where you can have people that aren't going to go along with the mainstay. They're going to change will come, and so you had people in tribal government who didn't really support a lot of. Not only the tax commissions, there's a lot of other programs that fell by the wayside over the years because leadership just didn't think it was probably viable or they weren't that interested in it. So as a result, you have leadership now that's wanting to follow up and revive the tax issues that confront us on the reservation. And I was real glad to hear Senator Case talk about sharing, because there's a large amount of the tax revenue coming off state severance taxes that are illegally taxing our oil and gas production. That's fee land. So as a tribe, we feel that that's going to be a major point of discussion between the state and the tribes.
All righty. Any other questions for the panelists or our tax commission here? Oh, I did one more. Is this the entire commission or are there other members?
Oh, okay. There's 2 members from the Shoshone side and 2 members from the Arapaho. They're appointed by the tribal councils. And we are currently advertising for, we're putting together our administrative staff. And so that's the point we're at now. But in the future, of course, we'll be looking to schedule meetings with you, and well, maybe we could invite you up to the reservation at some point, and have maybe a 2. Okay, all right, you can come home, Cal. Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
But we also
Thank
have
you.
a 4th member from the Eastern Shoshone tribe, is Fiona Gwena, and she could not be here today.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right,
Well,
with
thank you.
that, we will break for lunch and we will return. We might be a little bit late. I'm guessing probably more like 1:40, 1:45, just in case our tour runs long. We'll aim to be back here though at 1:30, but we have to be back by 1:30. That's right. Okay, see you at 1:30, everybody.